Okay, we are here. And I actually get to start. Oh my god. I'm on time tonight. Yay! So, welcome to tonight's discussion. And for as far as I'm aware, I'm all caught up on the stuff that happened before Mirrodin. And Mirrodin, for those that aren't aware, um, let's just go back one regular set for a moment. This is what the card frame looked like when I started playing. This is the visual design. This is how cards appeared. We had you know, the border was of this style. That's the font that was used and everything else. And then you go forward one actual set. And you hit Mirrodin. And suddenly it looks like this, which to be, is going to be something that we're all going to be familiar with nowadays. You know, here's a card from, I think it's Crimson Vow. Yeah, from Crimson Vow, which is basically the modern era for reference. And it looks pretty close, some minor tweaks. Um, the border comes in at the bottom and so forth, but uh, the attributions at the bottom are in a different font and whatever. But the general feel of like the card from the perspective of somebody looking at a game piece. For all intents and purposes, it's the same as it's been for the last 25 years now. No, 22 years. Okay, sorry, I'm wrong. Anyway, more than 2 decades. There are people that play Magic that, like, we're talking actual good, competent Magic players. You know, may even be people on the Pro Tour who were born after they adjusted to this card frame, and so realistically haven't really known anything else. And so that's kind of a big deal for some people. And so, you know, and not only did they start a new card frame, not only did they start a new visual style for it, not only did they start a new style, this set, from what I'm aware of, was specifically designed with, well, what we now call vintage. Um, and originally just simply called Type 1. And actually, originally, just simply called Playing Magic because there was no other format as of yet. Literally Magic's oldest format. Um, yeah. was designed with that in mind. And you can see that from certain cards. You know, let's just take a quick scan. Like Sphere of Purity is the sort of thing that if it wasn't um as high in mana cost as it is. And think about this. It's a 4 mana card. There are decks in current 2025 standard that have the possibility to win before turn 4, but usually you've got time to play a 4 drop. As long as you know you're playing it on turn 4. Maybe you can play it on turn 3. And I'm not talking about cards that have ways to uh, get it out early. Um, but take extra time to become fully functional. I'm not talking about cards with warp. I'm not talking about cards with impend or anything like that. I'm talking just normal, straight up. Here's what it says in the top right corner, etc., etc. Sphere Purity. Workshop decks. Okay, maybe it gets you an extra turn in a format as, you know, as big and powerful as something like Vintage. Even in 2003, an extra turn is a big deal. The game had been out for 10 years by that point. So, if an artifact would deal damage to you, prevent one of that damage. Well, if you're attacking with, you know, 5 threes and 4 fours, you know, preventing 2 damage a turn, that can actually save you an entire turn, which could give you the time to draw into the answers that you need, especially when you get to play with things like Time Walk and Ancestral Recall and all that other jazz. Razor Barrier. You know, target permanent you control gains protection from artifacts or the color of your choice till end of turn. Yeah, the sort of card that you can see getting played. Whether it gets played or not, you could see somebody playing it. You know, Leonin Elder, an artifact enters, you may gain 1 life. Everyone's playing with Moxen and stuff like that. Second Sunrise, 3 mana. Oh, look, I sacked artifacts or whatever for whatever reason. I go and bring them back into play. Leonin Abunus. Artifacts you control can't be the target of spells or abilities your opponents control. Rule of law, each player can't play more than 1 spell each turn. This is only the white cards. Some of them don't sound great. But wait till you start hitting. Whoops. I forgot to change you back. Let's go to the colorless cards. The Ocean Soldier, I think, has actually seen a bit of play. Not a lot, but it's seen a bit. The annoying thing is, I know there's cards, and it's like, okay, where are they? Of course, it's probably like. Damping Matrix I know has seen some play. Activate abilities of artifacts and creatures can't be played unless they're mana abilities. In other words, you can tap a Mox for mana, but if it ends up with any other ability, like for example, Skeleton Shard here, can't use it. Sun Droplet I know saw some play. Spellweaver Helix was part of a extended combo. Extended being basically the progenitor to Modern. Modern as a format would not exist for, I think, another 8 years. Goblin Charbelcher, part of a combo that wanted you to run as little land as possible so you could burn out your opponent as fast as possible. Frogmite was a big deal because this is what started kicking off your Affinity for artifacts. This would be like your initial building block. It doesn't look like much, but if you can get Frogmite into play for free, then not far behind you're going to start getting Mirror Enforcers for free. Shadows of the Void sees play even today in Legacy and Modern and Vintage, and basically any format where it's legal, people are going to play it. There's the Mirror Enforcer, because you get a couple artifact lands, so you drop your Frogmites. You drop like 2 Frogmites, and now you can actually start getting Mirror Enforcer online really fast. Heaven forbid you've got Chromatic Sphere goes along with Chromatic Star. This card draw is attached to a mana ability. Have fun with that. Mindslaver. Don't know if it's still a thing, but it used to be. Having to worry about Mindslaver locks in Vintage was a known thing many years ago. Duplicate has seen some play for it might be expensive, but keep in mind that cards that are playing art like a lot of artifacts are usually relying on Mishra's Workshop, which is basically land that says tap for 3, but you can only use this to cast artifacts. Well, Duplicate with 2 Workshops out, you're basically looking at a 2-drop. Comes into play, exiles a creature. Come into play, exile a creature, and then, oh, by the way, I'm what you used to be. I look the same anyway. I got your creature types, I got your size. Doesn't have the abilities, don't care. Mesmeric Orb. Mill was more of a strategy at that point. It's a lot less of a strategy nowadays, although there are some decks that will just, well, Mill used to be a strategy such that, you would play multiple cards that did it, and nowadays there's like a couple of 2-card combos that are like, oh, I get A plus B together, cool, your entire deck is gone. But back when you were doing it more piecemeal, Mesmeric Orb was a thing. Um, Ornithopter, another one of those cards to start off the affinity for artifacts, because it's a 0 mana artifact. Ice-Ground Scepter, combine that with Counterspell, Orm's Chant, or a few other things, you can lock your opponents out of the game that way. Your artifact lands were a big deal. Chrome Mox, as we mentioned before. Um, so yeah, it was not unheard of for like a decent number of cards in it was not unheard of for a decent number of cards in Mirrodin to actually get attention and actually start actually getting played. Because the form, because the set was designed apparently with vintage in mind. And if it's, and generally speaking, realistically, if it's not an artifact, it was blue. And the silly thing about Mirrodin, years and years and years ago, a couple of people over on MTG Salvation in the forums had gone and designed something basically called Battle of the Sets. And here is a set for Magic. And the core sets, 4th edition, 7th edition, whatever. Nowadays, you'd be looking at like M10 or anything that fits in that kind of M10 and up, you can probably get away with anything that's like 10th edition and older. No, just you guys don't count. Okay. Everything else, so Arabian Nights, Antiquities, Legends of Dark Fallen Empires, Ice Age, all the way up to, I think they might have done original Ravnica. Um, you can you build a deck using only cards from that set and basic land, because a lot of sets did not have basic lands come with them. The first set in a block would have basic land in the tournament packs or whatever, but not the other sets in the blocks. So they add a rule so you could actually build actual decks, because some sets didn't even have lands that could tap for mana. You look at Scourge. If you don't say, by the way, you get basic lands, you literally cannot play a single card from that set. There are no lands of any type. You know a set is powerful when under that restriction, the set is one of the 3 most powerful sets in the game. You know the set is powerful when you can take a deck that is pretty much 90% from one set to an event that allows a larger group of cards, like like extended. Or imagine taking a Mirrodin block deck, um, which would be like saying, imagine taking a deck that's made of only cards from Bloomburrow, let's say. Although Bloomburrow is a good set for power level. I wouldn't call it like OP, but I'd say it's good. Um, Imagine taking a deck that's only got cards from that to a Pioneer tournament. And like top 8ing. This is what happened with Mirrodin. And I showed you some of the cards, but I didn't show you I showed you a little bit of the glue, but I didn't really show you what the deck does. The affinity mechanic was strong enough that you could build a deck out of nothing but cards from Mirrodin itself and top 8 healthy sized events. Events that are like a couple hundred players, a few hundred players, something that's got to be split into 2 days because there's so many players, etc., etc. Mirrodin was actually strong enough. If you looked at the strongest cards in Mirrodin, you could go and build a deck that's just cards out of Mirrodin. Go to, a vintage or legacy event or whatever, and say, cool, I'm going to take out almost everybody here. Because the thing is, even Mirrodin was at the point where even people that had main deck hate against the Affinity deck would still lose to Affinity. And we're not talking like a piece or two. We're talking like 6 or 8 pieces or more. Mirrodin is strong. And we're looking at the chaff. Because to me, the chaff is often a lot more interesting. And it's going to feel less broken because we're looking at the chaff. Because the high power cards are a lot less interesting because everyone plays them. Because it's like, okay, and? That's nice. Sphere of Purity. Oh, incidentally, Sphere of Purity. If an artifact would deal damage to you, prevent one of that damage. This also includes artifact creatures. If somebody's playing a white deck and they jam a copy of this, if one of the other people at the table is playing a artifact-based deck, and that doesn't even mean your general has to be artifact, but usually red and blue like dealing with artifacts. It's like, oh look, you cast a spell of X type. Make an artifact token. Make a 1/1 Flying Thopter token. Make a 1/1. Make a construct. Make a make a golem. Make a this. Make a that. And a lot of those tokens are 1/1s. If they do not have anything to pump them, can attack you all he wants, but his tokens are not going to do anything. So might actually be worth tossing into, like, if you don't want to play a Wrath of God kind of effect and you want to make somebody, well, let me rephrase that. If you don't want to play a Shatterstorm style effect, this can be just as annoying. Oh, oh no. This will prevent the damage from Mana Vault. It's not a big deal, but it's a something. Anything that's, because if an artifact would deal damage to you, prevent one of that damage. That also means that cards like City of Brass, if it somehow becomes an artifact, because City of Brass says whenever this land becomes tapped, it deals 1 damage to you. More interesting. Nope. I'll just use one I can remember the name of. Talisman. The Talisman cycle. That are all based on the original Painlands from Ice Age and then Apocalypse. You tap them for colored mana. They deal 1 damage to you. You add Sphere of Purity. They don't even get the drawback that's attached to them. Ancient Tomb. If this can somehow become a artifact, instead of dealing 2 damage, with Sphere of Purity out, it only deals 1. So, Sphere of Purity actually's got homes for it. Because a lot of things will incidentally, hey, by the way, I'm going to deal damage to you. It doesn't just, because it's not just creatures, it's any artifact. You know, sometimes balancing drawbacks don't end up being drawbacks. So Nova. Exile target attacking creature and all equipment attached to it. 5 mana instant. I'm of 2 minds about this. It is not unheard of for somebody to go, oh, here's this not unreasonable creature. I'm going to throw some equipment on it. Thunk, 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 thunk. Oh no. Do I be a terrible person? You. Ah. Oh dear. Yeah, yeah. So one of the people I like to follow is uh is Tomer from MTG Goldfish. And he's he's known for playing budget decks in Commander. In fact, that's what his alias often is just budget Commander. Um, give him a budget and give him an idea for the deck, and it's like, okay, let's see what I can do. And $50 is easy for like $50 and less is easy mode. It's like, yeah, okay, fine, whatever. $20, it starts getting interesting. He's even got some decks that are under $10. US, obviously. He's with the MTG Goldfish crew. He has. There are certain cards that certain people are known for playing, and this is going to be true across the board. You know people, you know they're going to be attached to certain cards or certain types of cards or whatever. Um, Two cards I constantly talk about with, for example, my commons only decks. See, Joven. Um, One is Aftershock because it's just good, solid removal that can kill any creature and not care. And one is Scare Tiller. Um, Scare Tiller being this fun little artifact creature for like 4 mana. It's a 1/4. And it has an ability that says whenever it becomes tapped. Well, whenever it becomes tapped, you get one of two options. You can either take a land from your hand and put it in play tapped, or you can take a land from your graveyard and bring it back into play tapped. Now that sounds fine, but then add fetch lands of any sort to that. What I like with a card like Scare Tiller, much easier if you're playing, one or two colors, are the Capenna Autosac fetches. Like Riveteer's Overlock. When it enters, sacrifice it. When you do, search your library for a basic swamp, mountain, or forest card, put it on battlefield, tap, then shuffle and gain a life. Unlike cards like Evolving Wilds, those have to be untapped because you have to tap and sacrifice them. Riveteer's Overlook does this when it enters the battlefield. So it doesn't matter if it's tapped or not. It'll just fetch another land out of your deck. And it'll fetch another land out of your deck. And it... Scare Tiller. Well, how are you going to tap Scare Tiller? I don't know. Springleaf Drum comes to mind. What? Tap it and tap an untapped creature you control for 1 mana. So what that does, you generate a mana by tapping, you tap Scare Tiller and the drum together, generate a mana, get Riveteer's Overlook or some other similar card out of your graveyard, put it in play, it comes into play, sacrifices right away. There's a reason why I like to run somewhere in the ballpark of 20 basic lands in my decks now. Because if I'm doing that every turn, I'm getting more and more basic land out of my deck. But I am known for playing Scare Tiller. I had to pick up a couple more recently because I did not have enough. Similarly, if I'm playing red, one card I consistently mention to people is Aftershock. Great red card that can kill any creature, not care how big it is. Has additional flexibility because it can also blow up an artifact or a land. But those are cards I'm known for playing. Tomer. Oh, Tomer. Poor guy. He is known for playing with Sword of Kaldra, Shield of Kaldra, Helm of Kaldra. Is it the sword that does it? No, it's not the sword. It's the helm. That makes sense. If you have all 3, you can pay 1 mana and create a 4/4 creature, which in of itself, I mean, getting 1 mana, paying 1 mana and getting a 4/4 creature is kind of good, but it doesn't do anything in and of itself. If you have all 3 parts, you can pay 1 mana to do that, and then attach those equipment to it. Helm gives it first strike, trample, and haste. Shield makes the equipped creature indestructible, and the equipment are indestructible. The sword gives it +5/+5, and whenever a creature deals damage to a creature, you exile that creature. So you're going to end up with a 9/9 indestructible first strike, trample, haste. That if it deals damage to something, that something gets exiled. Here's the fun part. that's going to generally take you like 12 mana put together. 4 for 2 with the equipment, 3 for the third one, and then 1 to activate. So that's 12 mana. Soul Nova. I'm sorry, Tomer. If I know if I know I'm playing against you, if you are part of my group, Soul Nova could end up slipping in if I'm playing white. Because indestructible is one thing, exile gets past indestructible. This might be in there just because they thought Cauldron might end up being too powerful. But never mind everything else that combines with it. Or I shouldn't say combines with it, but like everything, like every other deck type that's um every other deck, like anytime somebody throws a bunch of equipment onto a creature, Soul Nova is just gonna raid it. Yeah, yeah. Loxodon Mender. I don't know why you play Loxodon Mender. Being able to regenerate target artifact is kind of nice. Oh, no, I do know why you would play this. The other card from this era that I can think of that has the same ability is a 0 mana artifact that you sacrifice for it. Incidentally, that is an activated ability of an artifact. This is an activated ability of a non-artifact creature. This you can pull off slightly easier. It's just that's a 6 mana 3/3. So there are reasons to play it. It's just, yeah, it's a 6 mana 3/3. If it was a 6 mana, like, here's the annoying thing is, like, a 6 mana 4/4, people would have an interest in actually playing this. In, you know, if you're looking for a 6 mana creature to begin with, a 4/4 is a huge step up from being a 3/3. A 4/4 during Mirrodin, I don't think would have been broken. White tap or generate target artifact. I will point out, it doesn't have to be your artifact. Regenerate stops destroy, which includes lethal damage. But I think there's better options for that slot. Oriok Transfixer. Yeah, 1 mana, 1/1, Human Scout. White tap, tap target artifact. There's enough artifacts that it's worth like, going, oh, on your upkeep, I'm going to tap your Soul Ring. Can just deny so much. Like, This is more useful in a 1v1 format, but there's enough artifacts in the game and enough stuff that just incidentally are artifacts that I think effects like this are at least worth a consideration. I wouldn't go, wow. If I'm doing this, I want enough to make it worthwhile, but I wouldn't go nuts on them. Let's see if I can find. I just finally fixed my Kalia deck. The problem with Kalia simply was the fact that it was a full 100 card deck, and then 10 of the cards went for a walk, but not in the bad sense. Well, yes, the bad sense, but not the other bad sense. They weren't stolen, but some of the cards, for example, I had Mana Vault in here at one point, and I needed the money, so I sold it to my LGS. And, got money so I could actually pay bills and stuff. Another card I had sold to my LGS while I was on shift because the store did not have one in stock, but I had Kalia on me, as in the deck. I had Kalia on me, and the card was in the deck. So I sold it then and there to the store so that so the customer could buy it, and I'll be like, yeah, I'll just pick it up. I'll just buy it again later. But when I say I want just enough copy, like for an effect like Oriok Transfixer, this is an angel deck. Here's 14 angels with 1, 2, 3, 4 more angels that can recur stuff. So that's 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more cards to improve my angels, so that's 23. Plus another angel here for Blinding Angel, that's 24. But this is a deck that's based on angels. My other stuff that doesn't really fit into one categorization neatly. Like, you could try and argue that Gilded Lotus is ramp. Or you could try and say it's acceleration. It's harder to call it that when the land, when it's 5 mana to cast it to begin with. Ramp, you really want to get out before that. Which is why if you scroll down a bit, I have, 1, 2, 3 mana artifacts that will ramp me. Armillary Sphere, you can try and call it ramp, but the lands go to your hand. Nah. That's not ramp. that's like tutoring, but it doesn't ramp you. It doesn't get your mana ahead. It just gets it somewhere you know you can get at it easily enough. Same with Pilgrim's Eye. It gets a land into your hand. But I would probably go somewhere around. I would probably go around 5 cards, like this. Um, in terms of like if I'm looking to put some number of cards like Oriox Fixer or Transfixer in my deck, 5, 6, 10 or so starts feeling like a theme or a sub theme. I don't think I'd want to go that far, but maybe stop off at around 8, 7 or 8 tops. Just enough so that I know I can get one every once in a while. And sometimes I'll see like 2 or 3, but I'll often see like 1 or 2 a game. And that, in general, is probably enough to keep things quiet. Blinding Beam. 3 mana, choose one. And if you pay the entwined cost of an additional mana, you get to do both. Tap 2 target creatures, or creatures don't untap during target player's next untap step. If you're looking to slow people down, so the tap 2 creatures, generally this is going to be something that you want to do during beginning of combat. You go, oh, by the way, tap those 2 guys. What? Yeah, tap those 2. Because you do that, and you're like, give me this thing. And suddenly, they're like, especially if, like, you do that because you don't want certain creatures to attack. You more commonly do it because you don't want them to attack you. Or I shouldn't say they're 2 biggest creatures. They're 2 most threatening creatures. If I have to choose between, Gargos and Phage the Untouchable, I would choose Phage every day of the week to be the one that I say, hey, by the way, you're not attacking. Gargos is just a big creature. Yeah, with built-in removal, but he's just a big creature. Phage is a medium-sized creature, but if she ever hits me, I literally lose the game. So I will tap down Phage. That being said, it is an instant. I'm attacking with these guys. Before you declare blockers, Blinding Beam, tap those. Now you can declare blockers. Hey, Ollie. So, um, but realistically, like, Blinding Beam is going to be better in a 1v1 format, but you can use it because the kind of wording it has, you can use it in a more political manner. You can actually turn around and say, oh, well, you're not going to be attacking over here because I've got A, B, and X, A, B, X, Y going on. So if this person is attacking this one, and you go, well, you got two options. You can either tap down this player's creatures so they can't attack, or you can tap down this person's creatures so they've got less to block with. The funny thing is that if the attacking player has got some decent sized creatures, you tap down a couple of the defending player's small creatures, they have to block with bigger stuff. What? Well, yeah, if I tap down your 1/1s, you're going to have to block with your 2/2s. And your 2/2s are more important than your 1/1s, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can make things fun and interesting. Um, and you don't have to be involved in the combat at all. I feel like around this time, they had gotten into the groove of they were aware people like to play multiplayer and not just 1v1. So I think they had gotten into the groove of creating cards with multiplayer in mind. Well, maybe not multiplayer in mind, but wording stuff. Um, I could see that. Each player, each other player, that player. Insurrection, untap all creatures. Yeah, I could see that. But at that point you're also only talking Onslaught, which was Onslaught, Legion, Scourge, Mirrodin. So this is only like the start of the next block. But Blinding Beam feels better in a multiplayer format. Like better and worse. Um, Better because it's got more flexibility, but worse in that you do still have to worry about the other players at the table when you cast it. Oryak Blade Warden, I really think needs to get Orioc Blade Warden, I think, really needs to get more attention. This is one of those cards that you can throw a bunch of like auras or equipment or whatever on, and then suddenly use that to buff something else. Like, imagine a token deck. And to be fair, this rule, this idea plays a lot in, like, Pauper elves, for example. There's one elf, and I can't remember what it's called. Might be Elvish Vanguard? I forgot. Where it's like, um, no, Timberwatch. Timberwatch. Yeah, Timberwatch Elf. Tap. Target creature gets +X till end of turn, where X is the number of elves on the battlefield. So you play this, realistically, you play this on turn 2 because turn 1, you're going to have like Land of War Elves, Elvish Mystic, Thinhorn Elves, something. On turn 1. And assuming nothing else comes out, this drops on turn 2. And then you're going to be able to pump stuff by at least +2/+2 if you can untap with it. Plus, so +X, where X is number of elves on the battlefield. Orioc Blade Warden, similar idea. You just have to have it become big enough somehow. And the way Timberwatch Elf works, fine, I attack with like 6/1/1s. I leave my Timberwatch Elf back. Oh, you blocked 5 of them. Okay. Tap. This gets +7/+7 because I attacked with 6 and I left the Timberwatch back. This gets +7/+7, so this is going to be at least an 8/8. What? Yeah. Orioc Blade Warden, if you are playing any sort of... If you're playing anything that can buff your creatures, and especially if you're combining that with a token strategy of any sort, this is one of those cards where it's like, I'll attack with 6/1/1 tokens. Oh, you block 5 of them? Cool. The one that gets through, I'm going to give +6/+6 because I've got, stuff on the Blade Warden. And the funny thing about Blade Warden compared to Timberwatch Elf, Timberwatch Elf is going to double check how much a boost to give when the ability goes to resolve. Blowing up any number of elves is going to shrink that. Orioc Blade Warden, you have to blow up specifically the Blade Warden. Mixed Blessing. It just means they're going to be targeting specifically the Blade Warden. Timberwatch Elf, when its ability resolves, even if the Timberwatch Elf itself is no longer on the battlefield, it's still going to count however many elves are still on the battlefield when it goes to resolve. or Yawk Blade Warden only has to worry about itself, but now it has to worry about itself. But, yeah, if you're playing any sort of auras, if you're playing any sort of deck based around auras or equipment or something of that nature, and you've got a decent token strategy going on in the same deck, this is actually a pretty good card to straddle between the two of them. Sky Hunter Cub. It looks okay. It's a 3-mana 2/2. But if it has any equipment on it, it's suddenly a 3/3 flying. Which is fine. Except it's easy enough to get a 3-power flying creature for 3 mana these days. Or a 2/3 flyer for 3 mana. At which point this is a hoop that's not really worth. Sure. Or not have to worry about running the equipment to begin with. Like this is a thing that's like they want you to put equipment on it, but it back in the day it might have been enough to consider doing, and in limited it definitely was enough to consider doing it. But nowadays this is not enough of a bonus. There. Oh. Alright. Dazzling Angel. 3 mana for a 2/3 flyer. Whenever another creature you control enters, gain a life. Glider Kids? Oh, not out yet. It's an Avatar The Last Airbender. 3 mana for a 2/3 flyer. When it enters, scry 1. So beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn, and this creature doesn't have a flying counter on it, put a flying counter on it. This is a 2/4 that can easily, like, basically the next turn you can probably get a flying counter on it. So basically a 2/4 flyer. A 2/4 with delayed flying for 3 mana. Okay. So getting a 2/3 flyer for the exact same cost at common. And I'm specifically saying at common because Sky Hunter Cub was also common. And what my search was basically this bit here in the brackets was it had to be at least a 2/2, but one of those had to be greater than 2. So it had to be a common with flying, well, with the word flying in its text somewhere. Um, Same mana cost, same rarity. Like Dazzling Angel, for example, you get Dazzling Angel, and it's like, okay, well, now if I only lose out on 1 point of power, but I don't have to have a generally suboptimal creature in play if the equipment falls off. Yeah. It was it was okay back in the day, but just making the equipment fall, the problem was making the equipment fall off turned it into such it was such a and what happens if you don't draw the equipment? That's the other problem. Slith Ascendant. I like the Slith cycle. I really did. This is a 1/1 flyer for 2 white plus 1. But whenever it deals combat damage to a player, put a +1 counter on the Slith. I think every Slith has got this same ability. So this sounds kind of bad, but let's ignore one of the mana symbols for a moment. You have 1 white, 1 other for a 1/1 flyer. Maybe a bit weak. But the first time it gets through, it's going to deal 1 damage, and then it's going to get a +1 counter on it. So now it's a 2/2 flyer that you've paid 3 mana for. Okay. But the next turn it gets a second counter. And now it's a 3/3 flyer that you've paid 2 mana for, or that you paid 3 mana for. Which is pretty good. I generally found that it's common for cards with variable abilities to be priced in terms of like mana cost or whatever. With the assumption of, well, if they're Lord effects, for example, there's 2 of them in play. Or, you know, and so each one can pump the other. Or if, in the case of something like Slith Ascendant, it gets through twice. Which at this point, getting through twice, now you've got a 3/3 for 3. And you've had to wait a little time to get it to that point. But you get through twice, and now it starts getting really good. Or anything that's got a cost reducer. If you're able to reduce it by more than 2, it's really good. Gurmag Angler is a great example. It's a 7 mana for a 5/5. But with Delve, well, would you pay 5 mana and exile 2 cards from your graveyard of your own choice for a 5/5 with no other abilities? But that's still really good, considering that would often be, especially since you're looking at a common. Again, I keep bringing up commons. A lot of the time it's at a happenstance, but a lot of the time it's also due to the fact that I've got all these commons only decks, and I like Pauper. So, little column A, little column B, But when you're looking at commons, 5 mana in black, I should also point out, for 5/5 with no abilities is still not bad. Exile 2 cards from your graveyard? Okay, I don't care. Hooting Mandrills is also good. You'd end up with a 4 mana for 4/4 trample. Exile 2 cards from your graveyard. Okay. So when you're looking at stuff where variables are, where variables kick in, 2 seems to be about the right number to assume that they're doing it based on. Thing is, this has got flying, which is the easiest word to deal with. And yet, so many people, to be fair, myself included, act like flying doesn't exist. Where is it here? Kogari yells. How much stuff do I have in here that has flying or reach? Skyway Sniper. So far, still only one. Still so far only one. Still so far only one. Oh, Elsworn Giant. 2. My removal suite. I've got Ingarrick's Wake, Beast Within, Assassin's Trophy, and Atomize, all of which can incidentally deal with something that has flying. But 3 of those are like target permanent or target non-land permanent, so it'll just blow up anything. Nope. I've got like 3 cards that can deal with flyers in that deck, apart from my removal spells. So my elf deck, flying, you're going to get through for damage against me, unless I hit one of like 7 cards that I have. 7? 6, actually. Unless I hit one of 6 cards, you're getting through for damage. So, Slith Ascendant. Poke you for 1, poke you for 2, poke you for 3. I now have a 4/4 flyer that I spent 3 mana to cast. And again, people, again, myself included, act like flying doesn't exist. So yeah, Slith Ascendant, you want to play, you want a reasonable sized creature and you don't mind waiting a little bit of time to get it to reasonable, Slith Ascendant, you can, chances are, the turn after it comes into play, unless you've got some way of giving it haste, it's going to be a 2/2 flyer for 3 mana, which is fine. It hits 3/3, you're doing good. It hits 4/4. Now people have to spend actual legitimate removal spells on it. Leonin Dungard. 2 mana for 1/3. As long as it's equipped, it has +1/+1, it has vigilance. I like this so much better, and it looks like people on EDH Rec generally agree with me in this, because 3 mana for 2/2 is meh. 2 mana for 1/3 is much more reasonable. Again, averages out to a 2/2. That's a much more reasonable ask. As long as it's equipped, +1/+1 has vigilance. Do you know what would have made this really silly? Leonin Dungard gets +1/+0. As long as this creature is equipped, it gets +1/+0 for. Sorry, it has vigilance and gets +1/+0 for each equipment attached to it. There we go. I know what I'm trying to say, and it's just getting the wording out. And that would give this so much more reason to see play. But again, it's a much more reasonable starting point for a body than the Cub is. Probably the big thing going for the Cub at all over the Dungard is the fact that it has the Knight type, which Knight versus Soldier, you can make it whatever arguments you want. What Knight specifically has going for it is Tournament Grounds. Which is a reasonable 3-color land if you're playing with Knights or you're playing with equipment. And if you're playing with equipment, like if you're playing with Knights, you probably are playing with equipment. But yeah, Leonin Dungard, much prefer that over the Cub. Loxodon Punisher. Are you building a Voltron deck based on equipment? Let me throw one idea at people building Voltron decks. This is mine. Here's my general. I'm going off of auras. Whether using auras or equipment doesn't matter in this context. A little bit of recursion is not bad. I have 5 creatures in my deck where something goes wrong, and maybe my general has got to the point where he's suddenly too much to cast again. Because my general starts off as 3. Gets removed once, it's now 5. Gets removed a second time, it's now 7 to cast him. Gets removed a third time, that's 9. Around 7, it's going to be harder to cast him. I have 5 creatures in my deck that want to be, well, in my case, enchanted. Um, but if you're building an equipment deck, Champion of the Flame likes equipment, Prophetic Flame Speaker likes equipment, Rograt likes equipment, Valduk likes equipment. Thran Golem only works with auras, but if you are building an aura-based deck, consider a couple of cards along lines of Thran Golem or Champion of the Flame or something like that, so you've got extra bodies that you can throw your stuff on. Because going all in on your general is one thing. Does not hurt to have a backup plan. Or 2. Or 3. Loxodon Punisher. Are you playing with equipment? He's a pretty decent backup plan. If you're playing with a bunch of equipment, you're probably playing around 25 equipment, maybe? I'd say at least 20. Which means it's not unreasonable for him to end up with like 4 on him. Which would make him a 10-10 with whatever the equipment gives him. Razor Barrier. Such a fun card. Are you looking to give yourself protection of any sort? And protection specifically. Keep in mind, protection does 4 things. And if it's not one of these 4 things, it's probably not covered by a protection. It prevents damage from the appropriate quality. Can't be enchanted or equipped or anything similar by something with the appropriate quality. Can't be blocked by something with that quality. Can't be targeted by something with that quality. So, board wipes that do not deal damage and do not target get past protection. Wrath of Gods, Damnation, Day of Judgment, Hour of Reckoning, all that stuff. They don't deal damage, they don't target, protection doesn't help. Protection helps against certain things that other effects that grant, like hexproof or indestructible, won't. And stuff that grant those abilities will help against stuff that protection doesn't help against. So, if you're looking for some kind of protective spell in general, it doesn't hurt to run both types. So Razor Barrier, because you can choose protection from artifacts or from a color, you can't choose colorless. So there's going to be certain things like Eldrazi that can get through regardless. And Eldrazi is a creature type, it is a deck type that people like, but I feel like it's not as high on the scale as certain other creature types. And those other creature types will be affected by protection from artifacts or protection from a color. Also, I will also point out this is target permanent you control. Has to be a permanent you control. But if somebody goes to Bramble Crush one of your lands, I'll pay 2 mana. I'll give my land protection from green. What? That's basically a counterspell against the Bramble Crush. Ultra's Light. Feels like it costs too much for what it does. But I think this is the first time they tried printing this effect. What, Ultra's Light? Yeah, in limited it was good. It cost this much in Mirrodin because Mirrodin was so heavily artifact based. You always had targets. And that cost a little more because you could also hit enchantments on the off chance that somebody had something you needed to hit. But in a normal set, oh yeah. Oh, for sure. I mean, Mirrodin itself was, I think, 40% artifacts. This is why during the Mirrodin pre-release, and Holly, I'm sure I told you this story before. I had 6 deck fragments. Because the thing about a pre-release, and this coming weekend, various shops are going to have the Spider-Man pre-release. And anything that you crack in your pool that you're not using in your main deck is part of your sideboard. This is how limited works. And you can run any amount of basic land you want. Cool. So I bring my own stack of basic lands. This way I don't have to get up and fight with other people that are trying to... Oh, by the way, I also need like 14 force. No. I'll bring my own force and mountains and everything else, and then I don't have to worry about not having enough. Because people have the habit of also not giving their basic lands that they use, that the store supplied, back to the store. Anyway. So I had 6 deck fragments. I had one section that was always going to be in my deck. This, because the set was so heavy on artifacts, this was artifacts. And then I had one fragment, because I had just enough for every color, for each of the 5 colors. So I might start off with, I think I may have started off with red as my primary color. So this deck is red. And so I had enough mountains to support. I think I had like 15 of each basic or something like that. And when you're going monocolor, which essentially I was, 15, 16 basic land is generally going to be enough in limited. Especially if you've got any sort of accelerants in your pool at all. If you've got a Chrome Mox, if you've got a Talisman, if you've got a something. you got any sort of accelerants, that'll help a lot. But I had, here's a basically here's a configuration for white. Well, I take out the white cards and I add the blue cards, and now this is a 40 card blue deck. And I take out the blue cards and I add the black cards. Here's a 40 card black deck. The lands change. The colored cards stay the same. The artifacts are all, or sorry, the lands changed. The speed of colored cards changed. The artifacts were the same in every configuration. I basically had 5 distinct decks, and I could side out one entire chunk and bring in another entire chunk. And my opponent would assume, I'm playing, game 1, I'm playing a black aggro deck. Game 2, they're like, I didn't see any islands last game. Nope. Counterspell. Wait, what? Sorry, assert authority. What? And if it does go to a game 3, I'll take out the blue section and bring in, like, green. And but you're playing, like, are you playing 3 colors and I just didn't see them? Nope. Well, yes and no. But yeah, that is a thing that you can legally do. And it's not unheard of for me to go to a pre-release, and if I'm not doing something crazy like that, I'll still build, like, here's a deck, and let's say I play red blue. I'm not really touching my black, white, or green. So I'm like, all right, how much time left in deck construction? Cool. I'll take my red cards, my white card, or sorry, I'll take my red and blue cards. I'll put them over here. Black, white, and green. Let's see what I can build out of what I've got left. Commonly, I'll end up with 2 decks. Very occasionally, I'll end up having enough time and I'll try and build a 3rd deck out of whatever jank I've got left over. If I'm incredibly lucky, I have enough cards of one color that I can basically go monocolored here, a 2-color deck here, and a 2-color deck here. It's tight, but it's doable, depending on what you end up with. I would say for something like that, you probably... So there's a term that gets used in games like Contract Bridge, where they talk about your length of a suit. Bridge is played with a standard 52 card poker deck. 4-player game, all the cards are shuffled up, all the cards are dealt out. And you get, on average, you'll end up with about 3 or 4 cards of each of the 4 suits. You're considered reasonably long in a suit when you've got 6, at least, I'd say at least 6 cards in that suit. 7, you definitely have length. Because that also means that between the other 3 suits, you've got 6 cards. So you've got probably like 3, 2, and 1, or maybe like 4, 2, and nothing in the 3rd suit, or whatever. Which, if you're void in a suit, i.e., I don't have anything, that's a strength in and of itself. So if you're like 7-4, and I've got 7 spades, 4 hearts, 2 diamonds, and no clubs. That's a really strong starting point for how to bid. But length in this context refers to having a lot of cards in a certain suit. When you're applying it to something like Magic, replace the word suit with the word color, and you're looking at the same idea. So I'm often looking at what kind of length I have, not just the quality, because that also is relevant, but also the length. If I've got, say, uh, 16 cards in, like, say I got 16 red cards. Well, spread them out, based on, you put the creatures out in terms of their mana cost, and then you put your other spells out in terms of when you expect to cast them. So, for example, I can't remember what you're called now. Monstrous Rage. There we go. If you have Monstrous Rage, you do not play this on turn 1. Chances are there's no creatures on turn 1. And are you going to do this on your opponent's creature? Like if they go first, are you going to do this on... No, you're going to wait to use this on one of your own creatures. You might play this on turn 2. This is probably more realistically a turn 3 play, in general. Yeah, but even so, if I'm playing it even on an Ornithopter, I'd still wait until turn 2 at least when I can actually attack with the Ornithopter, because the roll is going to give it +1 power, and then another +2 boost. If I wait until turn 2, I can swing for 3. If I play it on turn 1, the +2 power is going to dissipate, and it's only going to be a 1/4 flying trample. Only. But yeah, realistically, in general, and I'm not talking specifically about standard or whatever, I'm talking like just in general, you're going to wait till probably about turn 3 to play this. Because by that point, you have enough creatures out that it should be worth playing. Because it may take you may have like a land that comes down and play tapped on turn 1. And having to pay 2 mana on turn 2 for a creature. Which is, again, not unreasonable. So this may end up being a turn 3 play. So when I'm sorting out my non-permanents for limited, I'm thinking in my mind, when am I likely to play this? Monstrous Rage? Probably turn 3 at least. So I'll put it with my 3 drops. It only requires a single red mana cast, but it's not something I'm casting on turn 1, and unlikely to cast on turn 2. Now, yes, in Standard, while it was legal, it was possible you could win on turn 2 because of cards like this. But, in general, I assume this is a turn 3 play. So, But if I've got, say, 16 red cards, and I spread them out, and I've got something vaguely resembling almost a curve, and then I take a look at my artifacts, all I need are like 6, 7, or 8 artifacts that I can use to fill in the empty slots. Like, cool, I need more 3 drops. Okay, what 3 mana artifacts have I got, or what artifacts make sense to cast on turn 3? Okay, put a couple more there. Maybe add another 4, and that's my deck. But if I've got, I would say probably at least 15, I am considering the possibility of building it as a monocolor deck. If I've got a decent amount, but I don't quite have that much, I'm probably looking at splashing a second color. But I might only be looking at like 3 color, less than, I'd probably say if my good playable cards, I'm looking at, if I'm only looking at like 10-ish, then I'm probably playing 2 colors and possibly splashing a third. But if I've got a lot of cards in a single color, you're damn right I'm considering playing mono. Anyway. Blue cards. So, Looming Hoverguard. 6 mana for a 3/3 flying drone. When it enters, put target artifact on top of its owner's library. Keep in mind, this has got, because it's not target artifact you control or your opponent controls, it's just target artifact. This has got 2 different uses. One, nice Pilgrim of the Eyes or some other big artifact. Darksteel Colossus or what have you. That you've got there. Put back on top of your deck, please. Or, conversely, Mirror Battlesphere. I want more mirror tokens. Comes into play. Hoverguard. Put Mirror Battlesphere back on top of my deck. So I can draw it maybe later this turn because I'm playing blue. How do you know you're playing blue? Looming Hoverguard is blue. And I'll draw it, and cool. Now I get to make more mirror tokens. Incidentally, in limited, this could also slow down somebody's mana production because we'll eventually get to the we might get to the artifact lanes if there's enough. But yeah, 6 mana for a 3/3 flyer. At that point, you're really only paying like 2 mana for the put something back on top of your deck. And it's it's an enters ability, so you can flicker it and do it a lot, and do it a lot more, and do it a lot more than that even. Yeah. It's even more annoying if you are playing with Mycosynth Lattice. If you're playing with Mycosynth Lattice and you're trying to do it for fun combo shenanigans, be careful. Because Mycosynth Lattice will incidentally combo with a lot of things to make the game unhappy for a lot of people. And it doesn't even have to be your stuff that it's comboing with. It could be one of your opponents playing a card and going, oh, well, that suddenly shuts down the game. What do you mean it shuts down the game? Well, we can draw cards, but we can't really play them. What? Yeah, if somebody's got an effect like Stony Silence or Collector Roof or something like that, and you know, Collector Roof is a story card I can see. This is a story card I can see being played in like random dot deck. And yeah, the pro. Oh, poor baby. I need the U for my Asmira deck. I'm subbing in a Null Rod instead for now. Yeah, poor baby. Subbing in a $77 card for because you can't get your hands immediately on a $3 card. Wow. To be fair, Holly's been playing many, many years. She just happens to have extra one floating around and she's not actually doing anything. Who said anything about going out and talking to people? All you have to do is order off something like Face to Face or, Card Kingdom or Card Market or whatever and have it delivered. Uh, 0 cards found. Did you mean empathy? There's one card with a name in empathy. Womp womp. Anyway, but yeah, Collector Oof is the kind of card I can see incidentally getting thrown into a lot of decks. And then Mycosynth Lattice just turns around and shuts the entire game down. Because Mycosynth Lattice, for those that don't know, turns everything that's in play. Oh my dog, you are cheap now. Do I bother trying to get my hands on one? Everything that's in play is an artifact. Everything that's not in play is colorless, and players can spend mana as though it was any color. So basically, um, turns everything colorless is essentially what happens. And the stuff that's in play are artifacts. You know what you need? You need an oversized version of it. So then it can go and it's like, big oof. Besides, we're talking a $3 card versus a $20 card. There's a small difference. Small difference. Yeah. Anyway. Or really troll people and get the $2 version. Whiteboarded! Whee! I really gotta build that deck one of these days. Anyway, yeah. So, yeah, like I was saying, if you're going to be playing with cards like Mycosynth Lattice, be careful because it can incidentally combo with a lot of stuff that people weren't even intending to. So, yeah. Anywho, Wanderguard Sentry, 5 mana for a 3/3. When it enters, look at target opponent's hand. Eh? Look at the actual hand, not the cards. Have you had your nails done lately? We. Noise. But yeah, Wanderguard Sentry, this does not feel like it should cost 5 mana. Well, you're at that point you're basically paying 4 mana for a 3/3. But I feel like 4 mana for a 3/3 you could slip in, when it enters, look at a target opponent's hand for no additional cost, even at that point. Lumen Grid Warden, 2 mana for 1/3, not completely unreasonable. It doesn't do anything else, but when you're playing blue, if you're looking at vanilla creatures, this is your starting point. If you get worse than this, that's a problem. However, I will point out that if you don't care about the power, you can get, for 1 blue, you can get 0/3 with abilities for 1 mana, or you can get a 0/4. At which point, if you're building like your Toughness Matters decks, you're starting to look into stuff of that nature. Lumen Grid Warden is starting to be like curve filler at that point. You are probably playing this because you are looking at blue vanilla creatures. Nurok Familiar. My brain suddenly looks at that ability. If it's an artifact card, goes to your hand. Otherwise, put it into your graveyard. My brain suddenly goes, Mono Blue Reanimator? What? Blue has cards like Thirst for Meaning and Compulsive Research that like to draw cards and then make you discard cards. Commonly, you're discarding. You discard. It's like you draw 3 and then you discard 2 cards unless you discard a card with a certain quality. You discard a creature card, you discard a land card, you discard an enchantment, whatever. If you're building a Reanimator deck, being able to pay 3 mana to draw 3 cards and then discard 1 or 2 of them, that's less of a drawback because you want the cards in your graveyard anyway. Nurok Familiar skips the draw part altogether and just goes, oh, it's not an artifact, it's going to the graveyard. If it's a big, healthy sized creature that you can pay, that you can bring back from the graveyard somehow, and there are ways to do it. Believe me. Again, from somebody who likes building their weird decks, Mono green burn needs to finish being fleshed out, but is almost done. Um, when I finally get to the 4 color decks, uh, non-blue is, is a controlled deck. Uh, red being a Voltron deck based on auras, which is normally, like, if it's not white, what are you looking at? Green, maybe? Um, Shroom Sphinx Tribal with Patriarch's bidding as the actual concept behind the deck. You know, all these. It's hard for me not to build a deck in. It's hard for me to build a deck in a normal style. There's always got to be some. There doesn't have to always be some kind of interesting tweak to it. Last Row Elves is very much an elf deck. It may not be built the way other people build it. Like, here's the specific build that they play, because I don't do things that way. I looked up the cards myself, but I understand I need enough stuff to be able to get enough accelerants and this and have enough lords and this, that, and everything else. That it's going to feel like anybody else's elf deck. Oh no. Edwin was a judge in our local area. And last I heard, he was back in China. I don't know if he's. I think he permanently moved back. I don't remember. Great guy. And he was judging pre-release. And Eventide had this mechanic called Chroma, which was the progenitor to Devotion. Basically, Chroma looked at how many of the appropriate colored mana symbols were on your cards. But sometimes that wasn't just the cards that you had in play. Sometimes it was cards that were being revealed from your library or whatever. And counted those up and did something with respect to that. And I had cracked this guy, Primal Crux. 6 green for an XX trample with power and toughness each equal to the number of green mana symbols in the mana costs, because Chroma cared about in the mana costs of permanents you control. If this is the only one that you have in play, it's a 6 mana 6/6 trample. But if you have anything else, if you've got, Colonian Tusker, well, there's another 2. And if you've got Leatherback Baloth, there's another 3. And suddenly this thing is a 6 mana 11/11. And Edwin and I, at that point, we had a good relationship. I'm like, hey, Edwin, look at this. And he looks at me and is like, what you have to do now is you have to go through your pool and take anything that's got a green mana symbol and put in the same deck. I looked up at him and went, okay. So that's exactly what I did. He told me later, I wasn't being serious. Yeah, okay, and? my reasoning was like, yeah, I'm doing it because the judge told me to do it. That's not the actual reasoning, but it was a hilarious idea. Oh my god. I had one opponent who had got Una, Queen of the Fae. Which, 6 mana for 5/5 flyer, pretty healthy. In Dimir. Pay 1 Dimir plus X, choose a color. Target opponent exiles the top X cards to the library. You're playing limited, so you're only having to worry about 40 cards instead of 60, so that's going to explode. And you're going to be able to do this for at least 5 every turn because you've cast a 6 drop. You need 1 to start it off, and then X. And then for each card of the chosen color exiled this way, you get a 1/1 flyer. Like, the person who controls Una gets the flyer. I was playing mono green, so I had snake form. I managed to get a couple copies of snake form. I used this targeted Una because that's a giant bomb in a format like limited. That is a giant bomb. Even without dealing combat damage, that's still going to be like a 5 or 6 turn clock. Snake form. Attack with Una. Snake form. Make it into a 1/1 with no abilities. Draw a card. Block. Kill Una. Don't remember how, but opponent has a way to bring Una back. Managed to dig into my second snake form. Same thing. Kill it. Drop it down into a 1/1 snake. Kill it. Okay. Brings it back again. I'm out of tricks. I got nothing. Oh yeah, Una and Painter's Servant. Yeah, that's, to be fair, that's the premise of the Painter's Servant Grindstone deck in Legacy. Because Grindstone essentially has got the same ability, except you don't have to worry about choosing a color in the first place. If 2 cards that share a color were milled this way, repeat this process. Yeah. The difference here is that if you're doing this for Commander, you can put one of your combo pieces in the command zone. But yeah. All things considered, I think I did okay. I didn't win. I didn't top. But it was a great time, and I every so often I'd get to troll Edwin about that. I'd be like, "You didn't have to do it." And, hey, you told me to do it. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. Oh yeah, as for Celestial Dawn, what's Celestial Dawn's current wording? It does not change any mana symbols. I don't even think colored mana symbols and all those cards are white. Colored mana symbols and the cost of all of those cards are white. Yeah. No, they changed that. I want to say around 8th edition ish. I know, definitely by Time Spiral, which would have been during. Well, Time Spiral was before 10th. But they definitely they changed Celestial Dawn so that no longer affected the mana symbols. And so there's no interaction between Celestial Dawn and Primal Crux anymore. To be fair, anymore is pretty strong phrasing considering this has been true for 17 years now. More than half of the game's lifespan. So, saying anymore is, that's like referring to something that I did when I was in high school. I'm 54. That's like 30 odd, that's over 30 years ago. Yeah. Anywho, but yeah, Nurok Familiar. My first thought for a card like Nurok Familiar is putting it in some kind of like mono blue reanimator deck. And believe me, there will be ways to make it work. Inertia Bubble probably has seen some Pauper play, but has eventually been kicked to the curb by things like this. One blue, enchant artifact or creature. Enchant permanent doesn't untap during its controller's versus 2 mana. Enchant artifact doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. With the option of basically paying a kicker cost of 3 to tap the permanent. Or just play inertia, or just play the subjugation and yeah. That being said, if you are looking for more of the style effect, but if you're looking for this style of effect in the first place, how many artifacts are you dealing with? That being said, again, if you're playing with effects like Mycosynth Lattice, if you're playing with effects like that, then sure, Inertia Bubble might be up your alley anyway, because this is now, you throw this on a creature, you throw this on a land, you throw this on whatever. Because everything's now an artifact. But, again, if you're playing with Mycosynth Lattice, be very careful. Domineer. There should be enough artifact creatures in a typical deck. Like, I would assume your typical deck are, probably running 2 or 3 that just happen to be artifact creatures. We're not talking about an artifact specific. I'm not even talking like an artifact specific meta or anything like that. I'm just assuming that if I see 3 people at the table, I think it's not unrealistic that between my 3 opponents, there's going to be 6 artifact creatures combined. Sometimes that's incidental, sometimes that's planned. If you're in mono white, maybe you're playing with Solemn Simulacrum. Actually, in my mono blue ramp deck, I play with Solemn Simulacrum and Scampering Surveyor, I think the other one is. to try and get extra lands out of my deck. Honestly, Holly, you have to come over sometime and actually try out my mono blue ramp deck. It's hilarious. It plays so much like a green deck. It's like, but I'm playing islands. And I have a mana drain in there literally just to be a ritual. But yeah, should be a reasonable ask to say, all right, I should be able to grab something off of somebody. Is it going to be big and powerful? Not necessarily, but I should be able to get something off of someone. Nurog Spy. Contrary to how a lot of these other artifact cards work, like Domineer even, Nurog Spy is unblockable. Almost every deck is going to have Soul Ring, Artifact Land. You know, what happens if somebody's got coveted jewel bouncing around. You know, there's always going to be an artifact. Like, it's you know what? Where's Lathril? Is that this one? I think I'm wrong. That one's wrong. That's Lathril. I have a feeling I've got a couple of artifacts, like incidentally, happen to be artifacts in this deck. Luxior, Jada's Gift. Soul Ring, Pyramid of the Pantheon, Bonder's Ornament, Honored Heirloom, Scepter of Eternal Glory. So there's already 6. Did I put the bridge in here? I don't think so, because I... No. So I've already got... So, a deck that doesn't actually need artifacts. I don't remember why I have Luxior Jada's Gift in here specifically. I'll have to look it up. But yeah, a deck that doesn't actually need them at all. Suddenly it's like, hey, I've got like 6 or 7 artifacts. Yeah. So I get one of those out and suddenly it's unblockable. It's like, oh crap. So yeah, assume that any given deck is going to have artifacts in it. They drop one. It could be an artifact land. It could be, the Ether Spark. It could be, somebody made a food token. It could be anything. Suddenly it's like, yeah, by the way, you can't block me now. So just assume it has the word unblock. It's just unblockable. Disarm. I would not put this in every deck. But I wouldn't be, I would be okay with somebody going, into like a random deck. It's like, yeah, sure, why not? Because if you can manage to bypass, the shroud or hexproof or ward or protection or whatever that a given creature has, you know, you attack with a, like, Cauldra, as I mentioned before. Again, Tomer, I'm sorry. Make Cauldra. Okay. Spend 1 blue mana. Disarm Cauldra. All the, everything falls off. Now I've got just a 4/4 to deal with. Block. Sure, he's got a reformed Cauldra, but, rather take 4 damage than take 9 with a bunch of stuff tacked onto it. It's still fine. It's just I think that would for me be a little more like a metagame call, but again, I also wouldn't deny anyone just randomly shoving a cut. I need another card. Yeah, I'll just throw this in. That's fine. It'll be really useful in some decks and rather meh in others. Lumen Grid Augur. Target player draws a card and discards a card. If they discard an artifact card this way, untap this creature. Okay. Again, if I'm looking at some kind of mono blue reanimator deck, this could end up being a thing. Also, keep in mind that when you're discarding a card, you have stuff that triggers on stuff being discarded, including madness. And this is a thing I'm going to keep mentioning to people. There are certain things I'm going to keep mentioning. Because who knows when some people are going to suddenly start watching. Um, Discarding a card doesn't have to be a drawback. A reanimator deck wants it in your graveyard so it can spend like 2 to 5 mana. Well, I'll say 4, commonly 4 or 5 mana to bring something out in a play that costs often 7 plus. So Lumen Grid Augur, being able to draw and then discard a card, not always a drawback. Sometimes the discard itself is relevant because of effects like mechanics like madness or the upcoming effect mayhem. Sometimes the card that you're discarding has an effect like retrace or jumpstart or flashback or something of that nature that allows you to cast it from the graveyard. So, just because you're having to discard a card doesn't mean that discard is necessarily a drawback. And sometimes this is just simply a matter of improving the card quality in your hand. If you've got like 10 land in play, and you've got a land in your hand, and you activate this, and you draw into something that's not a land, you have 10 land in play. Chances are you've got plenty of land. Pitch one of the lands that's in your hand. And now you haven't improved card quantity, but you've improved card quality. Also, this is target player. You can choose somebody else to affect with this. Which, again, makes it more useful in a multiplayer format. This is something that you can start doing relatively early. With any sort of acceleration, you can start doing this on turn 4. Because, let's say, turn 2, some kind of talisman slash signet slash whatever. Yeah, well, I was originally assuming that you're targeting yourself. Because most people, they see effects like this, they target themselves. Which is why I brought up stuff like Reanimator and whatnot. But, later in the game, you may come across somebody who is, maybe your deck is designed so that if people are drawing extra cards, they are getting, they're taking damage for it. Or every time they, when they draw a card, for each card beyond the first one they play in a draw step, maybe they first have to discard a card to be able to draw that additional card. You know, Holly probably knows what card I'm thinking of there. Uh, or alternatively, you have an opponent who is just the cards they need just are not coming together. Maybe they're stuck on like 3 land and it's turn 7 by now and they're going discard, go. Discard, go. And so maybe Looming Grid Augur can help them get through to the lands they need so they can actually start participating in the game. Because turn 7, you should have like 5, maybe 6 mana available by that point. Probably like 4 or 5 lands and a couple of mana rocks or something. You should be able to have something workable by then. And if you're just going, can't play it, go. Can't play it, go. This is more likely to help somebody like that. And so you can use this in a nicer manner as well. So you have options. Celeste Rider. I like the white version better than this in general. This is probably just initially. This is just going to be a 1/1 that it attacks. It's going to get blocked and will die, and you get to draw a card before it dies. Usually. On the other hand, it doesn't take much to actually make this reasonable. It just needs some kind of make me harder to kill initially. The fun part is this doesn't have any sort of evasion. Doesn't have trample, doesn't have flying, doesn't have, anything like that. So people can just chump block all day long. and draw you a bunch of cards. That does start becoming a be careful with this. Because they do that enough, your deck is going to start getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, and oh no, why am I running out of cards? Oh no, I've only got like 5 cards left. Sappers in Air. Sappers in Air, I feel, has got that ACC thing going on, doesn't it? Oh, no. Yeah, but the difference with the Sappers in Air is that, it's 2 mana, and whenever it becomes blocked, you're drawing 3 cards. So you're getting a slightly more expensive Ancestral Recall. Also, it's a May ability. I know, this is September. We don't talk about May right now. Wait, what? Slith Strider. If I'm playing Slith Strider, I really want a deck that's got something along the lines of a Chroma's Memorial to play with. Just because I want it to get through for the first couple of points of damage. And then I don't care. Or maybe I just attack somebody who doesn't have much in terms of creatures. I mean, it's fine. It's a slow card draw engine. I feel like if I'm playing this to draw cards, I should find something better. That being said, in my mono blue deck that's trying to play like a green deck, Slith Strider could actually end up slipping in because, hey, look, I hit through, I get through to somebody, I get a +1 counter on it. I get through to somebody, I get a +1 counter on it. I get through to somebody, I get a +1 counter on it. Okay, now I've got a 3 mana 4/4. Oh, you're going to start blocking it? Okay, now we'll start drawing cards. Regress. Regress was they basically took Boomerang and tried to make it easier to cast. This is literally Boomerang. Boop. This is literally Boomerang. I like the Mirage printing. This is the one I commonly think of. But, I mean, Richard Kane Ferguson's got some great art, let's be honest. 2 blue, instant, return target permanent to its owner's hand. Regress, instead of 2 blue, it's blue +2. Exact same card. Which does also mean, because it says permanent, you can affect permanents that didn't exist yet. When Boomerang was printed, Planeswalkers wouldn't exist for another 10, 15 years. Actually, 2003, 2006-ish, 93. Yeah, about another... Planeswalkers wouldn't exist for about another 12 years. And Battles wouldn't exist for about another 30 years. So we've already had 2 permanent types come out since Boomerang got printed. This is literally just Boomerang with a tweaked mana cost. So, if you're looking at playing Boomerang, then you should be looking at Boomerang, Regress, and Eye of Nowhere, because they all do the same thing. They're just tweaks on each other. Regress has got a tweaked mana cost. Eye of Nowhere is a sorcery with the arcane subtype instead of an instant. But their effect on all three of them is the same, and their cost is all around the same. So if you're considering Boomerang, look at the other options as well. Somber Hoverguard. This is one of the cards that made Mirrodin really powerful. Yeah, it's a 6 mana 3/2 flyer with affinity for artifacts, which suddenly means if you've got enough artifacts in play, which it was not hard to do, again, artifact lands, Chrome Mox, Ornithopter, Welding Jar, I think, got reprinted at that point. You know, having a bunch of cheap artifacts to then be able to drop Frogmite. Some decks, depending on the format, still occasionally play cards like Tooth of Chiscoria into Mirror Enforcer, dropping that, and then going, hey, by the way, while I'm at it, I'll pay a blue. Here's a 3/2 flyer. What? Yeah, you should not be able to cast this. You should not be able to cast this for a single blue. An Affinity deck can play this for a single blue. This is part of what made Affinity. Like, even if you're looking at Battle of the Sets deck, or something equivalently silly, cards like this were, like, silly enough to make Affinity one of the three strongest sets in the, I think was Affinity, Antiquities, and Torment were like the top three. Antiquities never had to worry about colored mana, had access to Mishra's Workshop and Strip Mine. And then stuff along the lines of Suchi to start smashing face. And Torment, you went mono black control, which was just dumb. Anyway, yeah, you're building around Affinity. Um, you're playing blue. You're playing Commander. Yeah, you're probably playing it. Probably not worth playing otherwise, but it's still fine. Uh, being able to drop it and play on turn 1 or 2 and have a 3-power flying creature is pretty good. Black cards. Draws Prowler. 2/1 Fear Zombie. Eh? I mean, to be fair, Fear is a pretty good ability. The problem is, again, as I've mentioned in probably at least half these videos, my assumption is that the two most commonly played colors in all of Commander are black and green. You can play either color comfortably on their own and beat the table. Or you can play either or both of them combined with other colors and do well with your table. I would assume that in general, probably at least 75% of decks that people play have one of those two colors. As an example, Holly and I were talking the other day, and she's mentioned to me that she's working on, what was it, like half a dozen decks, and they are largely, for the most part, there's Selesnya because it calls to her. And there's nothing wrong with that. I went and started this project here because I wanted to make sure I wasn't falling into the trap of I only have decks of a certain color or certain color scheme. I personally like white because I enjoy the flexibility it has had since day one. It's had it's had um on day one it had Swords of Plowshares, Disenchant, Armageddon, Wrath of God, your Circles of Protection if you want to take that route. And then it had then it had stuff like White Knight to play with. And it seemed to have the answer to anything I needed. You know, blue technically had the answer to any problem, but that was stopping it from resolving in the first place. And if it did resolve, you'd have to, well, on day one, you'd have to hope it was a creature, send it back to hand with unsummon, and then counter it on the way back down. Black consistently had trouble dealing with other black cards. Red was very much, if I'm not killing the player, and I'm not killing a creature, and I'm not killing an artifact, I can't do anything. Or, sorry, it could also kill land. Targeted, but it could kill land. And green was, I generate a bunch of mana, and then I start casting big stuff, but the most reasonable big stuff that it had access to in general was, I think, and keep in mind, Holly, I'm talking, alpha, beta, unlimited. I'm not talking anything past that. I think its biggest reasonable creature without having to go through extra hoops to make it work was Crawworm. And yes, I'm aware Force of Nature existed, but that was an 8/8 trample that had an upkeep of quad green, and if you didn't pay the upkeep, it dealt 8 damage to you, which also meant that it could kill you before you could kill your opponent, which means that you'd have to play other stuff in addition to mitigate that. No, Crawworm was bigger. Crawworm was a 6/4. It was the biggest creature that you could play in a mono green deck that didn't require extra hoops of some sort. War Mammoth, I think, was a 3/3 trample. So one Crawworm could take out. Was it that? I think so. Uh, Mana value greater than 4. So, Cockatrice and Thicket Basilisk, debatable. Ironroot Treefolk would be your next closest one, but Crawworm for an extra mana, you got an extra point of power and toughness. Yeah, but Gaze Leash was questionable because its parent toughness would depend on what the opponent also had out. Because if you tried attacking with it and your opponent didn't have any force, Gaze Leash dies. Declare it as an attacker and it's dead. So again, without jumping through extra hoops, um, Crawworm was your biggest best creature. Oh yeah, looked like a lot of people. But anyway, all that being said, um, Fear is not as good as it would have been. Like if the format was different, um, yeah, I always thought white was the best color, personally. I would not be, I wouldn't be upset with fear or fear or intimidate come back. They just turn around and they essentially replace it with menace. Um, the problem with fear or intimidate is like, especially when you're looking at them on black cards and your opponent, you're looking at commander. It's like it might as well not have an ability. You're paying an extra mana for this to have fear, but that either means that it dies to your opponent's 1/1 or it's unblockable. There's no there's no middle ground. It's one or you know, feast or famine basically. You either get through for damage, for some serious damage, or, turn after turn or after turn, or it dies to the first death breeze. No, but it has an ability, and Skaze Zombies doesn't have an ability. Grim Reminder. It's a zombie. I'm not sure I agree with that. It might have when it was alive. It's a zombie. I don't think it's got feelings anymore. Search your library for a non-land card and reveal it. Each opponent who casts a spell this turn with the same name as that card loses 6 life, then shuffle. Incidentally, the card you search for doesn't go anywhere else. It just stays in your deck. Two black, return this card from your graveyard to your hand, activate only during your upkeep. Realistically, the number one reason to play this card is this activated ability. Uh, eh? I mean, keep in mind if you think about something like that, you've already got Tyrant's Choice, which is making the entire table lose 4 life apiece. For 1 less mana. The big reason to play this card is this last ability. I discard this to some effect, and then on my next turn, I can pay 2 mana, bring this back to my hand, so I can discard it again. Realistically, this is the reason to play this card. You want it as discard fodder. You want an additional card that you can just keep getting back turn after turn after turn. And the initial ability that people are looking at and going, how do I do anything with it? You will occasionally be able to find somebody that you can catch with this. But realistically, building around this for a commander, you are looking at building around. I would say you'd have to play probably 5 color, at least 3 color. Probably, I would probably go green. If I'm only going 3, I would probably go green, black, blue. I would probably go Sultai. And fill my deck with as many staples as I can. So I've got a high chance of catching somebody with Grim Reminder. But the chance of me actually getting somebody with this, it's gonna be tough. Oof. You've been up since. Why were you up at 4? You know what? Tell me later. That reminds me. I need to do. Yep. Oh, okay. Bread. Acid reflux, number one thing going through my head. Bread. Don't bother toasting it or anything. Just grab like a few slices of bread and just maybe wash it down with water. Probably not juice because that's more acid because ascorbic acid or whatever. Milk is probably fine at that point. But yeah, milk and bread is where my brain automatically goes for dealing with something like that. No. Not unless you're going on a long trip. Anyway, yeah. Grim Reminder, you are realistically, if you're playing it, it's because you want the self-recursion ability. Okay, bye! Nimlasher. The Nim ability, because any creature that's got Nim in its name, at least in this set, has got the same ability. Um, the Nim are okay. Obviously, the more artifacts you've got in play, the bigger they are. The problem is, this is 3 power for an X1. which means it's always going to have 1 toughness unless you've got something in play that can boost its toughness. Good example, also in the same set, also the same rarity, Slagworm Armor. Oh my god, you're over $1? Slagworm Armor. It's a $2 common. And if you can find them as foil, they're almost $7. Canadian, obviously. But yeah, that also means. So yeah, okay. Slagworm Armor. Surprised. Anyway, um, you attach this to, to a Nim Lasher. Suddenly now it's going to be at least a 2/8. And then you just drop whatever artifacts you want in play, and it's like, okay. Sorry, 2/7. But you really want something to buff its toughness. And because otherwise, again, it dies to a stiff breeze. But that's doable. Warrior Scavenger. When it enters, you may return target artifact creature card from your graveyard in your hand. If you're playing with artifact creature, like enough artifact creatures, you don't need a lot. But if you're playing with enough, I'd probably say like a dozen. At some point, one of them's gonna die. At which point, Warrior Scavenger's worth a consideration. That is a reasonable come into playability. It's got 1 more toughness over Gravedigger, but it's a little more restrictive on what kind of cards it can bring back. It has to be an artifact creature over Gravedigger, which is any creature. I would probably say if I'm looking around, if I've got about 10 or 12, I'm okay running this probably alongside. Like if I'm looking for a second Gravedigger effect, I'm okay running this beside Gravedigger. If a lot of my creatures are artifacts, then I might play this as the first Gravedigger, and Gravedigger itself being the second one. Chimney Imp. Chimney Imp. It's a meme. Five mana for a 1/2 flyer. At that point, you probably could have got away with 2 mana. Like in Mirrodin. You probably could have made it 2 mana. Maybe 3 tops. When it's put into a graveyard from play, so when it dies, Target opponent puts a card from their hand on top of their library. I could have seen that at 3 mana. I maybe could have seen it at 4. They made it 5. Even with all the acceleration and whatnot that there was available at that point. No. Dark Ritual is still in people's memory. Whatchamacallit? Cabal Ritual had been recently printed. You've got Chrome Mox. You've got some of the talismans. But it's not enough. It's not worth spending 5 mana on. Because here's the thing. At 5 mana, you are, like at 4 mana, you are blowing up creatures. At 4 mana, at 4 to 5 mana, you are having creatures with come into play abilities. By this time, you know, one of the most recognizable cards at that point was Necrotal, which got reprinted in 8th edition, which was the most recent core set at that point. Comes into play, blow up a thing. And it's a 2/1 first strike. You compare that to Chimney Imp, and it's like a 2/1 first strike versus a 1/2 flyer. The 2/1 first strike is going to win every time. And this has a dice trigger. People are just going to take that 1 point of damage every turn because it's also only 1 point of damage. Oh, what's the drop? What's the terrible thing that happens to me when it dies? Oh, you have to take a card from your hand and put it back on top of your deck. Also, what happens if my hand is empty? What? Was never worth it. Don't even bother, even if you're playing Imp Tribal. Slith Bloodletter. This is Drudge Skeletons, which I'm going to drudge back up. See what I did there? Yeah. Which is 1 black plus 1, black to regenerate. Slightly harder to cast, because instead of black plus 1, it's double black. And black plus 1 to regenerate. Also a 1/1. Also higher rarity. But whenever it deals combat damage to a player, put a +1 counter on it. It's a Slith. Yeah. You play this on 2. You attack on 3. And suddenly it's going to be a 2/2 that you spent 2 mana on. Which, for black, is at that point, is still really good. And it's got more, and it'll just, is, you hit twice, you've got a 3/3 that regenerates. Lightning Bolt was still too strong at that point. But it regenerates. You needed, like, hard removal for that. And something that didn't say destroy. And if I'm playing a aggressive black base deck in Commander, I'm probably looking at Slith Bloodletter. So here's the thing. I sketched out. Where are you here? I sketched out a Boros, there we are. A Boros aggro deck. My problem with how I built it was I did a simple search. Ideally, I wanted power and toughness both at least equal to its mana value, and at least one of them to be higher. Most of these cards, I would say, fall into that. Blood Rage Brawler, Jotun Grunt, Honored Crop Captain, not Kargan Intimidator, Relentless Raptor, Savai Thundermare, Sarah Avenger, Sungold Sentinel, Weapons Trainer, Wojak Halberdiers, Trusted Companion. So that's like 11 cards out of 23 that do. With, 2 more that transform and as such. So that's, and then a bunch more cards that have got extra utility. I really want both stats to be higher. Like Blood Rage Brawler is a 4/3 is really good. I couldn't always get there. 3 mana, my commander's a 3-drop, so I'm a little less concerned there. 4-drop, same thing. Ideally, I want them to be at least... I want them to have power and toughness at least equal to their mana value. Ideally, both. Well, sorry. At least one. Ideally, both. 5 mana, same thing. 6 mana, same thing. And then, like, a few extra random stuff. But that's what I based my deck on. Was doing a search and saying, what do the actual numbers in the bottom right corner say? What's printed down here? It is quite reasonable to have a creature like Slith Bloodletter be a better aggressive creature, because even though it starts smaller, it gets bigger. Nim Shambler. So, let's go back here for a sec. Nim Lasher. 1 black plus 2. You get a 1/1. Nim Shambler. For an extra black, you get an extra point of power and a regenerate ability, but it makes you sack a creature. But you're playing black, and sacking a creature is not, again, not always a drawback. There are some cards that want to be sacrificed. There are some cards that give you bonus for sacrificing them. Or, when you sacrifice them, or when they die, or whatever, you get the counters move from here to here. Or you generate, a creature token, or you generate a food, or some other kind of token. Or when it dies, this gets -X, or when it dies, whatever. Or the value of the creature that you're sacrificing wasn't on the fact that it was a creature. It was the fact that it came into play and did a thing. Also, because this is a regeneration ability, you can activate regeneration abilities at any time. I don't think I have ever seen a regeneration ability that says something to the effect of activate this only anytime you could play a sorcery. Because that's kind of silly when you're looking at regeneration. You need to be able to do it in response to something that's blowing something up. So, as a result, you can activate this in response to something else. So, probably a bad example, but Muldrifter. If you evoke it, it comes into play. Because you evoked it, 2 triggers go on the stack at the same time. One is the enter the battlefield ability, one is the evoke trigger. I.e., it comes into play and then you gotta sacrifice it. That's a triggered ability. Notice it has the word when. So, in response to its evoke trigger, you can sacrifice it. Now, that was probably a bad example, but Reveillark might be a better one. Yeah. When this leaves the battlefield, return up to 2 target creatures with power 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. So, in response to its evoke trigger, or maybe instead of, because evoking costs more, maybe cast it for its regular cost and then sacrifice it right away and get the trigger. So sacrificing a creature in and of itself, not necessarily a drawback, depends on the kind of deck you're building. In general, yes, it's not terrible though. Definitely, I'd say it's a better creature than the Nimlasher, but not, like, considering we're looking at 28 cards, 28, 27, 26. So this is number 22, and this is number 26. Yeah, neither of them are great. Vermiculos? Vermiculos is kind of silly. A, if you can give it any sort of evasion, flying, trample, like, even something like First Strike would, can do crazy amounts. And then having multiple artifacts enter at the same time. So, Fanatical Offering. As an example, couldn't remember the name of the card. Fanatical Offering makes a map token. That was a bad example. Really? Sort by color. Okay, fine. We'll go with somebody else. Alright, we'll go with big score. Alright, so big score, 4 mana, additional cost, pitch a card. Draw 2, create 2 treasures. Okay. Academy Manufacturer says if you would create a clue, a food, or a treasure, instead create one of each. Well, you're making 2 treasures, so you're going to end up with 6 tokens. Vermiculos is going to see 6 tokens enter, and it's suddenly going to get 24 plus 24 plus 24 to end a turn. If it has any sort of evasion, it's going to then swing that turn for 25. That's more than half a commander player's starting life total. Heaven forbid you're playing, a regular deck and you're playing like two-headed giant. And, yeah, by the way, just killed one of your... Oh no, does that mean I killed the team? Oops. Yeah, have fun with that. So yes, there are ways to make that broken AF. I generally don't like it, but I like it better than other cards that have had a similar effect. Step Links, for example, I never liked because it's 1 mana for 0/1, and you have to have lands enter to make it actually do anything. Otherwise, it's literally, and which also means most of the time that's only going to be on your own turn because you have to play a land on your like you play lands on your turn. You don't generally have the ability to play them on your opponent's turn. You might have a way to put it into play on your opponent's turn, but you don't get actual land drops on your opponent's turn. Vermiculos, it's more expensive. Oh yeah. Incidentally, Plated Geopede I liked a lot better. It's an extra mana, but you got an extra point of power and you got first strike, and you have the same ability. Much prefer Plated Geopede over Step Links. That's a me thing. I'm aware aggressive decks like Step Links first because you can kill. You play it on turn 1. You're attacking with turn 2 for 2, if not 4. But I would much rather have this because, sure, it's a turn later, but now I'm attacking for 3, if not 5, and I've got first strike. And if I'm attacking with this, and you're having to block, your creature's dying. If you're blocking with a Step Links, your creature's dying. If I'm attacking with this into another Geopede, if one of us has a fetch land and the other one doesn't, the person with a fetch land is going to probably win. But I mean, one artifact comes into play, it jumps up to a 5/5, which is big. And a second one, it comes to a 9/9. And it doesn't matter what kind of artifact it is either. It could be like, okay, here's my artifact land for the turn, and now I cast, what do you call it? Skull Clamp. Oh, look. I'm attacking with a 9/9 that cost me 5. Nim Shrieker. Again, the same problem I have with most of the Nim, to be honest. The Nim in general are like, you know, this nice big, hey, I can potentially deal a lot of damage, but I have 1 toughness. So it's a 4 mana X1 with flying. 3 artifacts, you're probably looking about right-ish. You need 4 to actually make this worth paying 4 mana for. But again, it still only has a single point of toughness. It dies to a sneeze. Irradiate is interesting. It's targeted creature removal that doesn't exile but can deal with indestructible creatures. That you can splash into any deck because it only requires a single black mana out of the 4 to cast it. And a lot of decks, incidentally, run a reasonable number of artifacts. This is not hard for this to be target creature gets -4/-4 till end of turn. That doesn't sound great, but again, it's only a single black to cast it out of the four in total. It can target and potentially knock out anything. It is an instant. It will work in combat. So this would, from that perspective, be the opposite of a giant growth. If you're running more than a few artifacts, like let's say you're running, I don't know, if you're running, say, 15 artifacts. If you're running more than 15 artifacts, you should be looking at this. If you are generating artifacts regularly, you know, if you've got a bunch of stuff like Fanatical Offering, and to the point where you're looking into Academy Manufacturer, or you've got Thopter shenanigans, you know, Thopter generation shenanigans, or anything like that. Like at that point, this is almost a no-brainer because you just turn around and go, oh, guess what? Hey, by the way, this is getting -26, -26. What? Yeah, how big did you say your guy was? Okay, it's dead now. If you've got the artifact generation shenanigan that like a Zapperling deck has for creating tokens, or a Squirrel deck, if you can make that, if you have enough artifacts being generated to make those decks pay attention to how many tokens you're making, run this. Relic Bane. Bane. Oh dear. So this is one of those cards, like going back, whoops, going back to the day when we're looking at cards like Wanderlust. Let's just go to 4th edition. It doesn't matter. You throw the enchantment on a permanent of the appropriate type. In this case, you're looking at a creature. In Relic Bane's case, you're looking at an artifact. And effectively, that permanent now has an upkeep cost that deals damage to the controller. You know, the controller of the permanent that it's on. So Wanderlust, the way it reads, let's go by the original text. Wanderlust deals 1 damage to target creatures, so enchant creatures, controller, during that player's upkeep. Cool. I put it on your creature, and every upkeep, you're taking a point of damage. This used to be a thing back in the day, back around, you know, the very early days of, you know, Revised and Arabian Antiquities, and around that time frame. Relic Bane took the same idea, updated the wording style. It now gives the ability to the artifact rather than the enchantment dealing that damage. The artifact is being told, you now have this ability. And now the opponent is getting burninated for 2 every upkeep. So imagine tossing this on somebody's Soul Ring. Their Soul Ring is now essentially Mana Crypt. Because Mana Crypt averages out to 1.5. So, more or less Mana Crypt. That costs a mana to cast. And Mana Crypt is going to burninate for 2 if they win and 5 if they lose. Mana Vault, if it's untapped, they're going to be taking 3 in total. Artifact creatures, any vaguely reasonable artifact creatures, like, I don't know, Juggernaut is going to have an upkeep cost of 2 life now. Yeah. If you're looking to burninate your opponents and you're playing black, they're probably playing artifacts. If you're looking to burninate them some at a time, every turn, like, I would not be completely you know, if you're playing a burn deck and you're looking to drain your opponent's life every turn, I wouldn't be unhappy seeing like, you're throwing this in a burn deck. I'm like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. You're going to find targets. Woebearer. Huh. Oh, well. How woe. So 5 mana for a 2/3 with fear, and it's a zombie. So, if you start off with Scathe Zombies, which was still considered fair at this point, you're paying 2 extra mana, you're getting an extra point of toughness, you're gaining fear, and an ability. Well, what's this other ability? And you're paying 2 mana for this. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, you may return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. I hit you, I get this back. I hit you, I get this back. I hit you, I get this back. again, it has fear, so it's going to get through probably about half the time because, again, fear can only be blocked by black creatures or artifact creatures. Like as long as it falls into one of those two camps, you can block it. But if you're playing, say, mono green and you don't have any like green artifact creatures or just artifact creatures in general, yeah, that's getting through every turn and getting stuff back from your graveyard every turn that you probably put there because you sacrificed it to some effect every turn. Or maybe because somebody killed it. And now they have to kill it again every turn. For an additional 2 mana, you're getting +1 toughness, fear, and potentially consistent raised deads every turn. Yeah, I'd play it. I'm playing a zombie deck. Yeah, I would play it, especially if I'm playing with Zombie Master. I think it's Zombie Master. Is it Zombie Master? I want to say it's Zombie Master. It's Zombie Master. Other zombie creatures have Swamp Walk. Ding 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 ding. Zombie thing. Da, da. Okay, I'll stop. Yeah, I'm playing. If I'm playing zombies and I'm playing with Zombie Master, I should be playing with Woebear. And keep in mind, it's target creature card. This is Mirrodin. It's not target artifact card. It's target creature card. Oh. Yeah. Red. He's got red and knows how to use it. What? Ogre Leadfoot. Whenever this creature becomes blocked by an artifact creature, destroy that creature. This is before combat damage happens. Give this thing first strike and trample. That triggered ability is similar to how Death Touch works. Except Death Touch has to deal the damage first. This happens if a blocker is thrown in front. Yeah, so, yeah, you're going to block with, you're going to block with Mirror Battlesphere, because I'm a 4/7, and I'm big, and I'm huge, and I'm, okay, you block, okay, you die. Wait, what? You die? Okay, well, I didn't. No, you don't. But I got 7 toughness, I'm going to survive the damage. Yeah, that's nice. This happens before damage happens. You die, you don't get a chance to swing back. And if you're playing, if you've got a way to give it trample and, like if you've got a way to give it trample, well now that the blocker's gone, the rest just carries over to the opponent. Yeah, surprisingly good. And I would say, again, I would say that the typical deck probably has like 2 artifact creatures. So this is going to be a bigger headache than most people give it credit for. Obviously, if you're playing Ogre Tribal, you play this. If you're playing with Mycosynth Lattice, or if somebody else is playing with a similar effect, like the black one from the Necron deck, set 40k, ID equal black, type aura, no, type enchantment, I think. Oh, artifact? Biotransference. This thing. Creatures you control or artifacts in addition to their other types, etc., etc., etc. If you have biotransference, you know, if Ogre Leadfoot, biotransference. Okay. I'm gonna give my Leadfoot trample via whatever effect. Okay. Attack. Block. Dies. Take 3. What do you mean dies? It's blocked by an artifact creature. Destroy that creature. Dies. What? Yeah. Needs more attention. Considered the worst red card in Mirrodin for Commander. Needs more attention. Full Shock Berserker? I believe nowadays you get 2 red plus 1 for 3/3 with haste. If you got cost reducers going on, this is not bad. It is a berserker, so Lovisa Cold Eyes, I think her name is. Incidentally, I like this version. But yeah, I think I like this. I think I like this art style better. Not saying the other one's bad. I think I like this art style better. Anyway, oh, it already has haste though, so it's only getting the +2/+2 only. Only. Eh. I mean, it's fine, but yeah, there's better options now. Rustmouth Ogre. Whenever this deals combat damage to a player, you may destroy target artifact that player controls. Yeah. 6 mana for 5/4. Okay, probably should be looking at a 5/5 in general at that time. You lose a point of toughness, but it's still 4 toughness, which means it's out of lightning bolt range and out of abrade range, etc. It needs help. Deals combat damage to a player. You may destroy target artifact that player controls. Nice Soul Ring. Dead. Artifact Lane. Dead. Ether Spark. Dead. How do you kill a Planeswalker? It's an artifact. Dead. Food Token. Dead. Yeah. So I'm so far not seeing cards in red. And keep in mind, these are the worst cards in red for Commander, according to EDHREC. Arc Slugger used to be a combo basically combo win con. You have to have 10 cards to be able to activate the ability in the first place. But I mean, you swing, say, twice with this. That's 8 damage. And then it's like, pay a red and exile the top 10 cards of your library to do 2 damage to any target. That's not costing you cards in play. That's not costing you cards in your hand. It's costing you cards in your library. Which a lot of people get a little annoyed, upset, whatever. But keep in mind that unless your library's empty, the cards you're exiling could have been cards that were like on the bottom of your library, which is a thing that's commonly pointed out to people that or cards that are milled or whatever could have been on the bottom of your deck. It's like it would take you X amount of time until you saw them anyway. So, yeah, this, you know, this is one of those cards that, I mean, it looks annoying to use, but it can kill people just with this ability. To be fair, it wouldn't be just with this ability. However, combine it with something like Fiery Emancipation. If a source you control would deal damage to a permanent player, it deals triple that damage to that permanent player instead. I have that in play. This is doing 6 damage for a single red mana, and attacking for 12. Have fun. Yeah, Arcslogger, the kind of card that you put in decks that have got some manner of, hey, by the way, let's just add some more burn to your burn. Krark Clan Grunt. Sack an artifact to give it +1/+0 in first strike to end a turn. It's a 3 mana 2/2 goblin that you can sack artifacts to. Well, the first one is going to give it +1 power and first strike. The additional ones are also going to give first strike, but it already has first strike. Giving a thing first strike more than once is not going to do anything. However, it will give the power boost. Number rate schematic. When it enters or is put into the graveyard from the battlefield, you make a 1/1 construct. So, number right schematic makes a token. You've just generated 2 artifacts out of 2 mana. Krark Clan Grunt. At some point, sacrifice this. 3 power. Oh, went to the graveyard. Make a token. Sacrifice this. The first token that was made. 4 power. Sacrifice this. 5th power. That's the kind of cards that you use if you want to use an effect like Krark Clan Grunt. There's a few cards of that nature. Any way to generate more than 1 artifact per card. Mirror Battlesphere. It's an artifact creature that comes into play, makes 4 more artifact creatures. At this point, the rest of what it does doesn't matter. You're spending 7 mana and you're getting 5 bodies. Or you're ching it into play with something like Trash for Treasure or whatever. Cool. Attack. Sacrifice all this stuff. Be smart though and do that after blockers are declared. Then you know how much you have to sacrifice. Yeah. Anyway, you have to generate extra artifacts out of 1 card. Krark Clan Grunt works really nicely and really enjoys that sort of thing. For Drummer. Additional cost, sack an artifact. Put X +1 counters on target creature where X is the sacrificed artifact's mana value. Do you know where this is really fun? Remember what we were saying about Affinity? There's other mechanics that do a similar effect. In this case, we are looking at, and I just realized I am over on the side. We're looking at cards that have 1 cost in the top right corner. Actually, I'll do it on this one. That have 1 cost in the top right corner. But in their text box, there's some ability that says, this costs X less to cast, where X is. Delve works that way. Affinity works that way. Convoke works that way. Improvise works that way. They may not all actually have the wording, this costs X less to cast, where X is. But they effectively have that kind of ability. Anything that's got some way of reducing the amount of actual mana you have to pay. Forge Armor. Additional cost to play it. Sack an artifact. Put X plus 1 counters on target creature where X is the sacrificed artifact's mana value. If I spent 3 mana and dropped a Mirror Enforcer, which is a 7 mana artifact creature. It's a 7 mana 4/4 with affinity for artifacts. On a later turn, I go Forge Armor, sacrifice the Mirror Enforcer, it costs 7 to it says it costs 7 to cast. So anything that looks at its mana value is going to see that 7 that's in that top right corner and go based on that. Not what I actually spent to cast it, just that 7. And go, cool. Do this for 7. Forge Armor is going to put 7 plus 1 counters on target creature. Yeah. You can sacrifice an artifact land. You would put 0. 0 counters. But maybe maybe you've got a reason for doing that anyway. I will leave that as an exercise for the reader. But yeah, if you need ways to sacrifice artifacts, or you have enough artifacts that are a reasonable size, or ways to cheat them in a play, or what have you, and you want to put +1 counters on stuff, you have Forge Armor. And my axe. Cool. Melt down your axe, and I'll put 3 +1 counters on. Wait, what? No, you just gave me your axe and melting it down into armor. Wait, what? Slith Firewalker. Possibly the best of the Slith. 2 mana for a 1/1 with a Slith ability, which means chances are people aren't. This is what I was talking about when I'm talking about like an aggressive deck. I could easily take out one of the random cards in my 2-drop slot in Anax and Cymede, or as I like to call them, Anthrax and Cyanide. I could take out one of the random 2-drops that was like okay. Put this in. If I get this out on turn 2, drop swing. Okay, it's now a 2/2. Next turn, oh, you don't have any blockers. Swing. It's now a 3/3 that I spent 2 mana on. Next turn, swing. You still don't have any blockers. I've now spent 2 mana. I've got a 4/4, and don't care. And now whether people block it or not, it's a 4/4 creature at that point that I've spent 2 mana on. Probably the best one. Yeah, you're playing an aggro deck. Do not sleep on Slith Firewalker. Uh, yeah, yeah. I really should have that. I really should have more cards of this kind of nature in my aggro deck. I don't because I made a mistake sketching it out. Insight War. 3 mana. When you cast it, you get 2 choices. But if you pay the additional 2, you get both. Creatures target player controls attack this turn if able. Creatures you control gain first strike until end of turn. Generally speaking, like this is the sort of thing I would put in like my all common stack, for example, if I have a bunch of creatures that I'm generating. Basically, if I'm doing my mono white deck, but I'm porting it over into red. If I'm basically taking, I've changed the box just because I thought I found a box that better fit it in terms of like actually, cards actually fitting in it. But if I take this deck, which is based around spending 1 card, getting at least 2 bodies out of it, and I'm adding some kind of pump to it, a card like Insight War to go, hey, by the way, surprise, so my guys have got first strike till end of turn, is not a terrible idea. Hilariously, casting this again during beginning of combat is hilarious. Beginning of combat, especially if they've got a trigger that says at the beginning of combat do X. Cool. In response, make all your creatures have to attack this turn. Wait, what? Anything you have that can attack has to. What? Yeah, all your creatures have to attack now. All of them. Then you turn around and blow up anything that gives them all vigilance. Yeah. But if I'm taking my mono white deck and putting it over to red, this is a card that would go in. Goblin Striker. Oh, man. One red, one other for 1/1 first strike haste. I think this is now a 2/2. I think. Um. Oh, nope. Goblin Lackey. Or sorry, Restless Lackey. Cost 1 to cast. So 1 less mana, 1 more toughness, and an additional ability. And it's a Goblin Pirate now. That being said, First Strike and Haste is not exactly a common combination. You have 4 options. You have Goblin Striker, Restless Lackey, Macetail Histrodon, and Ambush Party. Obviously, I would take the Lackey first. The Lackey over the Striker easily enough. And probably take either of those over the Ambush Party. The only real reason to play the Histrodon is it's a big. Well, to be fair, it's also first strike and haste on a 4/4 for 7. That's not bad. Like, if it didn't have haste, you're probably looking at 5 or 6 mana, but then it's got haste and it's got cycling. So all things considered, it's not bad. And I was literally just looking at commons. What happens if I take out the common restriction? Whoops. 21 cards. Let's make this equal. 14 cards. Yeah. I'll knock out these two at the bottom. I could build a deck around that. I would not be unhappy. I could build a deck around that. Okay. But yeah. Goblin Striker. To be fair, still not a bad deal. Not a good deal anymore. But realistically, not a bad deal. Especially when you look at the fact that it's also a goblin. So it gets all the benefits of being a goblin, i.e. being, cards like Goblin King and Goblin Trash Master and similar cards. So, yeah. Goblin Striker is actually okay. You're playing goblins. You play the Reckless Bushwhacker or whatever it's called first, but if you want another card that does something similar, Goblin Striker is still perfectly fine. Electrostatic Bolt. For 1 mana, this is okay, although for 1 mana, I would rather play Lightning Bolt because it can hit anything. It only deals extra damage if what you're hitting is an artifact creature. But at that point, why not just spend an extra mana and have a Braid? Or a similar effect instead. A Braid, Suplex, Cast Out of the Fire, something of that nature. That way you've got more damage to hit creatures with. Or just outright destroying an artifact instead. Or exiling it. And just getting rid of them altogether. For an extra mana. Don't bother with the Electrostatic Bolt. Detonate. Well, if I covered it back during Antiquities, I think. Was it Antiquities that came in? Yeah. If I covered it back in Antiquities, and I think I did, whatever I said then is still going to apply. But, basically, the goblins have 42 different words for ow. It's basically a scalable well, I'd say a braid, but a braid does 2 different things. So I'll go back to shatter because shatter only does 1. It's like if you compare Lightning Bolt and Fireball, and then you have like Shatter and Detonate, kind of are similar. It's not a great analogy, but it's sufficient for now. And sure, maybe instead of blowing something up that costs, say, 4 mana, or actually, let's say I want to blow up a Gilded Lotus. I'm going to have to spend 6 mana to blow up Gilded Lotus. Red initially for the Detonate, and then 5 more because Gilded Lotus costs 5. But I blow up the Gilded Lotus, and then its controller is going to take the mana value, in this case 5, in damage in addition. I mean, it is playable in the format. It's okay if I'm looking for some kind of burn spell that can, or sorry, some kind of artifact destruction that can also kill my opponent. Then, nope, wrong one. There. Then, sure, maybe I'm looking at Detonate. But what I should be looking at is Viashino Heretic first. Because 3 to cast, 1 red plus 1, tap, destroy target artifact. Regeneration is rarely relevant because people are playing with a lot more indestructible, etc. nowadays. This creature deals damage to that artifact's controller equal to the artifact's mana value. So, again, if we use Gilded Lotus, 3 to cast for 1/3, which is not terrible. It's not great, but it's not terrible. Pay 2 mana and tap it. Destroy Gilded Lotus. Viashino Heretic deals 5 damage to the controller of the Lotus. Goblin Tinker was similar. It's just it's not quite as big and it's less expensive, but the damage got dealt to the Tinkerer. So you will only get maybe a couple of things that you can blow up, and then the Tinkerer will die in the process. However, but if you're looking at Detonate, honestly, look at other stuff that has a similar ability first. The Viashino Heretic, by far the much better card for this. Fractured Loyalty. Oh, oh, you're targeting my creature? Cool, you can have it now. Wait, what? You're targeting my creature, you have it now. But you can have it now. You have to build a deck with stuff that people want to kill, or that people want to target and are willing to target. The thing is, spell or ability. So even like activate ability, tap 1 damage to any target. Cool, mine now. You are building a group hug deck that involves red. So maybe you're looking into Zedru. Because it is the will of Zedru. Yeah. Fracture Loyalty, honestly, from what I'm seeing here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like most of these cards, I would play before I played Fractured Loyalty, realistically. Green, 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 green. Grosskither. It is not it is not a reasonably playable card in Commander. It's a 6 mana 3/3, and the reason I say it's not a realistically playable card is because Commander, the way it's designed, most cards you can only run a single copy in your deck. There's only a handful of cards, a dozen or so. If you include basic lands plus, including the snow variants thereof, you're looking less than 30 cards. Period. That all have the abilities that all have an ability that lets you play more than one in your deck. Grosskither is not one of those. Whenever this creature becomes blocked, you may return target card named Grosskither from your graveyard to your hand. So it's raised dead, another copy of itself. But you can only play one Grosskither. There's again, in a normal 60 card 4 format, yeah, I can see this. I can see this being a threat. I can see this being a pain in the neck. Even if you're playing just kitchen table commons, I can see this being a pain in the butt. Because, you know, having 4 Grosskithers and then, oh look, one of them died. Okay. Oh, you blocked mine? Okay, I bring this back. It's a pain in the butt to deal with. In a singleton format, this is not worth. No. Just no. Just stop. Fingrin Hunter, on the other hand, 5 mana for a 4/4 trample. Not amazing, but a lot better than a 6 mana 3/3 with an ability that cannot be used due to the way the format is designed. Big ones hunt the elves, so the elves hunt the small ones to keep them from getting big. Womp womp. Yeah, reasonable. These days you can shave a mana off of this and nobody would blink. But for a long time, for a very long time, this was about right. 5 mana for 4/4 trample. At common, probably about it. At higher rarities, you get some other abilities. At rare, you could probably make it a 5/5 and give it something else as well. But yeah, if you're playing with just commons or whatever or whatever you happen to have floating around, this is perfectly fine. Telshla Exile, 4 mana for 2/3. That's 2 to regenerate. No. I could probably okay this. like I'm going based on the assumption this is a reconfigured 2 green plus 1, which should make it a 2/3. 2 to regenerate still feels a bit high. Green to regenerate would probably be fine. Again, you're playing trolls, you might have to. I wouldn't be thrilled with it. Tell Chosen. Um 2 mana for 2/1 with protection from artifacts. This is is it Argothian? Is that the wrong one? Yeah, Argothian Pixies. This is a 2/1 for 2. Can't be blocked by artifact creatures. Prevent all damage to be dealt to this creature by artifact creatures. They tried, I'm pretty sure, eradicating this to make it into like 2/1 protection from artifacts. But protection from artifacts does more. Can't be damaged. Can be equipped or enchanted. The equipping was relevant. Can't be blocked. Can be targeted. So this does half of what protection does. Most importantly, Argothian Pixies can still be targeted by artifacts. Tell Chosen cannot be targeted by artifacts. It can also not have any equipment thrown onto it. I don't know if there's any... No, I'm curious now. Type aura, type artifact. Nope. But this can't be equipped. But the Pixies can. But, you know, if you're considering Argothian Pixies, unless you specifically care about the Pixies being able to be equipped or targeted, unless you want those to be a thing, play the Chosen instead. Again, unless you've got a reason otherwise. You know, if you're playing with, if you're playing Pixie Tribal, obviously, or Fairy Tribal, obviously, you play the Fairies instead. But Wormsking Forger. 7 mana for a 2/2. When it enters, take 3 +1/+1 counters and spread them around. It takes 3 weeks for a patrol of hunters to down a slagworm. It takes just as long to make a single cut in its hide. Yeah. So it doesn't look great, but it's it's 3 +1 counters split however you want as a common playability. This feels to me that if you're going to use this, A, you've got some kind of ability to duplicate the counters. And B, you've got some way to flicker or what have you. The Forger. You can flicker it, you can have it die, bring it back to hand, recast it, you can reanimate it from the graveyard, etc., etc. You have options. But basically, if you can reuse this, and if you've got ways to duplicate those counters, especially if you've got ways to spread additional counters around, It's the only reason I can really see for playing a card like this. If you're not doing anything with the counters, don't play it. Because even if it goes on itself, you're paying 7 mana for 5/5 Elf Warrior. No, just stop. Stop being bad. Just no. Teleshalad Archers. This is 1 mana more than Giant Spider for a generally more relevant creature type. Spider-Man might have something to say about that soon. And it's got protection from artifacts. Did I or did I not? I am curious now. You're a 5-drop. I can find you more quickly doing it this way. Come on. Thank you. Nope. I did not put you in. Because it costs too much. Because I basically stopped my curve for elves at 4. And then anything more than that had to be... Like, I was allowing some cards to be more than 4 mana, but they couldn't be elves. They had to be something like Endra's Forerunners or something of that nature. Oh, what's the chance I put you in the green one? Boop, noodle. 4 or more. I did not. It would have crossed my desk, and I passed. But, again, the kind of card where I would not slander anyone or whatever for playing this card because it's perfectly fine. It's it's not amazing, but it's fine. It's a giant spider with protection from artifacts and a generally more relevant creature type for an extra mana. Okay, sounds good. Slith Predator. If you're not going to play with haste, like Slith Predator, for all the Sliths, again, same cost as the Hasty Boy, but you get Trample instead, which means this is more likely to actually get the additional +1 counters because it gets Trample. And so, second turn, you play this on turn 2. Third turn, you hit somebody. It gets a counter. So now it's a 2/2 trample. Fourth turn, you hit somebody else. Well, it's now a 3/3 trample. But now it's big enough that a lot of things that people are going to block with, it's going to trample over. So growing this is going to be a lot easier. All I have to say here, it's obvious, but it does bear point. It should be pointed out. It does have to survive combat to get the +1 counter. This does not have first strike. It wouldn't make sense in my opinion for it to have first strike, but it doesn't have first strike. If it's blocked by anything with Death Touch, that will kill this before the Predator can get the +1 counter. because combat damage all happens at the same time. And then after that happens, then abilities that trigger based on it. But by that point, it's already in the graveyard. Turn to Dust is okay. 1 green, instant. Destroy target equipment, add a green. Mirrodin's inhabitants must be prepared for anything, including suddenly being unprepared. Wait, what? I have this, and... And by the way, disintegrate. Wait. Oh. This is okay. Keep in mind, most equipment might have abilities that will protect whatever they're equipped to, but rarely in and of themselves have any kind of protective abilities. So, for example, if we go back to talking about Cauldra, Shield of Cauldra specifically says that it, as well as the other 2 Cauldra pieces, but it is indestructible. But that's a rarity. There's only a handful of cards, a handful of equipment that, in and of themselves, protect themselves from removal. Whether it's having indestructible or hexproof or or what have you. There's only a few of them that actually do that themselves. They generally just turn around and grant whatever they're granting to whatever they're equipping to. I think it's fair to say that at any given table, you're likely to see a couple of pieces of equipment that are there either to buff the creature or for some kind of combo shenanigans. Skull Clamp comes to mind in the combo shenanigans field because it's commonly used to, generate a bunch of mana or generate a bunch of. You make a bunch of mana, you sacrifice a bunch of your creatures, you draw a bunch of cards, you do shenanigans. So, being able to blow up a random Skull Clamp is nice. If you want to throw one in your deck, I wouldn't be adverse to it. I would rather you play something that's a little more flexible. Naturalize, for example, as bad a card, quote unquote, these days as it is, because why would you play Naturalize when you can play a card like Wilt, which is literally the same card, but it's also got cycling? Or, other similar effects. There's at the 2 mana instant slot for Naturalize, you have options. This is okay, but it's really narrow. Yeah. I would put Turn to Dust probably down here in terms of, stuff that's actually worth playing. Trolls that Tail Gelad. 7 mana for 5/6, 2 to regenerate. Compare that to the Exile, which is a 2/3 for 4. So +3/+3 for an extra 3 mana. Green +2 for an extra +3/+3. And green +2 for a 3/3 is about right. Much better card. Yeah, like there's a huge reason why the Trolls of Tel-Galad is up here and the Exile is down at the bottom. Brown Oofy. Oof. Oof. Are you still in here? I think you are. My This is already on the internet. And I don't mean what I'm, me streaming. I'm saying what I'm about to. Um, over a decade ago, I was in a chat room and somebody had made a comment where all green decks play, like all mono green decks play the same. Rampant of Fat. And I took that as a challenge. I want to build a mono green deck that's not there too rampant of fat. I might have big creatures, but I have to get by that. I have to get there honestly. Okay, so what can I do? What felt to me like the opposite of, ramping into big creatures? Playing control. Esper control. Sort of, kind of. I'm going to sit there. I'm going to blow up creatures. I'm going to wipe the board every so often, if I have to. I'm going to counter stuff. I knew there were some cards that could do what I was thinking of. And I couldn't remember. Like, I didn't know how far deep down the rabbit hole I could go. But I took it as a challenge. Can I build a mono green control deck? Draw enough cards, etc., etc. Answer turned out, even at that point, a dozen years ago, to be yes. So I mentioned it in the chat room, and somebody who was one of our regulars also was writing for one of the bigger strategy sites at the time. And he's like, you mind if I write about this? Like, yeah, go ahead. Why would I mind? I'm like this random person that is only quote unquote any importance at all. Because I kept the chat room going after it, after stuff happened, I managed to get everyone. I created a new chat room on the same server. Got most people to port over, and it became mine. That was the only reason I had any sort of importance to the Commander community at that point at all. Beyond that, yeah, whatever. I'm a random person. But I managed to come up with a mono green control deck. And here's my brown Oofy. And he's in there to counter stuff. He can't counter a lot. He can only counter stuff from artifacts. He can only counter activated abilities from artifacts. But there's still enough. And again, if somebody wants to do the silly thing and play with... hopefully they're playing with Biophagus because they only care about their own stuff. And not Mycosynth Lattice, but if they're playing with Mycosynth Lattice, then it's like any activated ability then I can counter. It's fine. Interestingly, the two of them actually look surprisingly similar. But yeah, they're yeah, it's usable. It's not great, but it is usable. Um, I'd probably generally put the Yuffie further down in general, but yeah. Um, Copperhoof Vorak. Keep in mind this was printed when Mana Burn was still a thing. Mana Burn, what's Mana Burn? There used to be a rule back in the day from like at least from when I started playing. So, at least 1994. That whenever you generated mana, any leftover mana that you had generated that you didn't spend at the end of phase would burn you for 1 point each. So if you had like 3 extra mana available and you didn't spend it, you'd get burned for an extra 3. So this meant that people would pretty much only, you know, tap for, tap their lands for mana when they actually need to cast something. When they need to cast something, activate something, whatever. Whenever they had an actual reason for it. Then I think it was around M11 they got rid of mana burn, which was fine. It wasn't an ability that basically Wizards looked at what was going on with tournaments, and it rarely made a difference at all in any tournament. Like, you might have like 1 game per tournament that was being decided by mana burn. So they got, and that's not like one per like we're talking. Let's say you've got a tournament of like say 500 people, and of all that, 1 game might be decided by mana burn. If you figure that's 250 matches in the first round. And let's say the average game or the average match was, say, 2.5, because some will go to 2 games and some will go to 3 games. So 2.5 times 250 would be 5 times 125, so 625 games in the first round. At least triple that, because most people are going to stay in until the third round. So 625, so that's approaching 2,000 games. And then you start bringing it down. We'll cut the numbers in half. So 625, or sorry, 625. So 1875. So about another 300 games after that. So 18 would be 21. We'll call it 2200. 2350. 20 2350, 2425, because 75 games. So 24. So you might be looking at like 2,500 games over the entire tournament, roughly. one game out of all those 2,500 might be decided by mana burn. It's not worth it. So they got rid of it. But, that being said, this meant that because people wouldn't tap their lands unless they had to, or tap anything else that could generate mana unless they had to, anything that generated mana would be untapped, even through combat and everything else. So this could quite easily be like if everyone's got, say, 4 untapped permanents, because you've got your lands, you've got your creatures, artifacts, and everything else. If everyone's got 4, then you're looking at 4, 8, 12, because that affects your opponents, plural, so it affects all of them. This is suddenly a 4 mana 14/14. Doesn't have any abilities apart from being huge, but suddenly it's a 14/14. Thing is, now that mana burn's gone, has been gone for quite a few years now. Now people can shrink it by, well, I don't have anything else to do. I'll tap my lands. Okay. I'll tap my lands. Okay. So now this is down to like a 6/6, which is still fine for like a 5 mana creature. But it's not a 14/14. Also has no evasion, so it can be chump blocked. But if you just want it to be a big creature, it is not unreasonable for it to be a big creature. Especially if you've got ways to give your opponent stuff. Dowsing Dagger, for example, comes into play. Give one of your opponents a couple of lands. Hum of the Redux. 4 mana enchantment. I might actually want this. I might actually want to consider that for my mono green deck. Each artifact spell costs 1 more to cast for each artifact its controller controls. Oh look, you got 3 artifacts in play? Cool. Your next artifact is going to cost you 3 extra mana. What? Yeah, it's going to cost you 3 extra mana. Yeah. I might do that. I might think about it. Yeah, you're playing any kind of deck that wants to tax your opponents. Play as few artifacts as possible. Run those. Oh no. Oh no. Get a play a deck. Nope. There's no way to make that work. Okay. Hum of the Radix. I was gonna try and figure out a way to make this work with Mycosynth Lattice, but Mycosynth Lattice just turns around and makes everything cut. Like, you would need some kind of effect that, like, permanents you control have tap, add mana. Or getting stuff into play for cheap. Oh, okay. So there are ways to make it work. cheat stuff into play via stuff like Quicksilver Amulet, Elvish Piper, etc., that you can somehow sacrifice to generate more mana than itself. Like, if it's a single creature, being able to sacrifice it for more than one mana. So Ashnod's Altar would help here. Phyrexian Altar would not help. Clan Ironworks would. I could find a way to make this work such that you shut down the entire table. You yourself can still cast stuff. You have ways to get around it, but your opponents are foobarred. Between Mycosynthetis and Huma the Radix, and you would need stuff coming into play early that can help you. Oh, it's going to be tough. Definitely a build around card. Really hard to make it work well. Minus C colon C ID gold. Okay. All right. I'm going to go through some extras on this because this is 2 pages of like 137 cards in a set. Oh, actually, minus ID colon C minus type land. Cool. All right, that makes things easier. Step 1. Let's go through some artifacts that have a multicolor identity. Or sorry, that have a non-colorless identity. There we go. All right. I'll go through the shards real quickly because these are a lot of cycles. There's at least 1, 2, 3, at least 3 cycles that I see right here. Pearl shards, all the shards were either 1 mana of the appropriate color and tap, or 3 and tap. Pearl shard prevented 2 damage. Heartwood gave a creature trample. They all cost 3 to cast as well. Granite shard, 1 damage to any target. Skeleton shard brought an artifact creature back from a graveyard to your hand. Crystal shard, return a creature back to owner's hand unless its controller pays 1. Okay. So, they all did something that would be like, I would say not quite a mana as an activated ability, but they were all okay. Heartwood I could see getting played. Granite shard, like realistically, Pro shard's probably the only one that's the least useful. Crystal shard, I think went with combo shenanigans. But they're in general, they're fine. You can do a lot of what these are trying to do a lot more efficiently, generally within their own color. So the question is, why do you want it as an activated ability? Skeleton Shard and Crystal Shard, I can actually see wanting to use them as an activated ability. The rest, I think you can do better. The golems, um, they're all 4 or 5 mana and appropriately sized. Generally in the... Well, okay. Hematite Golem is 4 mana for 1/4. And you pay 2 mana, red +1, to give it +2/+0, which is not bad. That's actually more efficient than fire breathing, because fire breathing is red for +1/+0. So double red for +2/+0. So this is actually more efficient than fire breathing. And a reasonable starting point. Titanium Golem, 5 mana for 3/3. White +1, first strike till end of turn. It's not bad. They all have an analogous cost, by the way. It's all 1 mana of the appropriate color +1. Most of these are not abilities that you need to activate more than once in any given turn. Hematite Golem, you actually want to activate. You want to be able to activate that multiple times a turn. Or at least multiple times in a turn cycle. Titanium Golem, probably not. Activating first strike is like a once every turn cycle. Maybe, maybe more if you've got vigilance. But if you've got vigilance, why are you running this? Cobalt Golem, same idea. 4 mana for 2/3 with activated flying. Malachite Golem, 6 mana for 5/3 with activated trample, which you're only going to want to activate on your turn realistically, compared to Titanium and Cobalt, where it makes sense to activate on someone else's turn. Pewter, 5 mana for 4/2 with activated regenerate, which is decent. Hematite and Pewter makes sense to be able to activate them on somebody else's turn. Or I should say, not just on your, multiple times per turn cycle. Because people are going to keep trying to kill stuff. You're going to keep needing to deal extra damage, whatever. Bosch. I'll get back to what they all are later. But Bosch, Memnarch, and I think it was Riss the Exiled were the impetus for the rule change that implemented color identity. Because you could not, for the longest time, play Bosch Iron Golem as your commander. Because he had a colorless... because before the color identity rule, you went by what it said in the top right corner. And in the top right corner, always had, it was either colorless and the entire card was colorless, or it had some kind of color scheme to it, and the colors in its rules text were some subset, even if it was an exact overlap, some subset of what the cost in the top right corner was. Like, for example, if you got Vivictus Asmati, he'd be like, there's 3 colors on the top right corner, and his upkeep cost was those same 3 colors. It was like 2, 2, and 2 plus 2 colors to cast, and an upkeep cost of 1 of each of the 3 colors. But it was, the color scheme matched. Or you might have like a red-black card that had like a red activated ability. That was fine. Bosch rolls around. sorry, Bosch rules run, colorless cost, and the text of the card has a colored activation cost. And it was hard to try and figure out how to make this work and how to make this work and how to make this work. And it's a legendary creature. You should be able to play it as your general. How are you going to play it as your general? Well, its cost is colorless, so it has to be a colorless general, but its activated ability is red. Yeah, it took a while for them to come up, and I'm pretty sure it was the rules committee um, that came up with the idea of color identity, because it was a rule they needed to implement to make cards like Bosch or Memnarch or whatever actually work. Because this wasn't a problem that existed until Mirrodin. Nowadays, you play it as a mono red general, nobody blinks an eye because it's got a red color identity, because the text in it says, hey, by the way, red mana symbol. The text in its its rules text counts towards color identity. Okay. So, that's the shards, that's the golems cleared out. Oh yeah. How about the replicas? The replicas. So, they're all 3 mana, 1/3, 3/1, 2/2, all that size. With an activated ability with a colored cost and sacrifice the replica to do something that color is known for. Black, Nim, black +2, target creature gets -1/-1 till end of turn. Which makes sense because the Nim all apparently decide they're going to have 1 toughness, so this would kill any Nim. Hilariously. Soldier replica. 1 white +1. 3 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. Again, if it's if it's attacking or blocking, you can sack it to blow itself up. Hilariously, Nim replica can sack to blow itself up. Goblin replica. Red +3 and sacrifice. Destroy target artifact. It's an artifact creature. It can be sacrificed to blow itself up. Those 3 all happen to do something that can work against them. I don't think that was intentional, because the other 2 can't. Well, the green one can't. The blue one, maybe. Elf replica. Green +1, sack it, destroy target enchantment. You could find ways to make it work so it could blow himself up, but we're talking about just using the card itself. Wizard replica. Probably the most power of them. 3 mana for a 1/3 flyer, which in colorless at that point is actually pretty good. I've always said that Ornithopter I felt should be at least 1 mana. Quite possibly 2. Wizard replica being 3 mana for a 1/3 flyer feels right to me. Pay a blue and sack it. Can't target spell unless its controller pays 2. Almost a mana leak. More like, well, back then I would have said miscalculation without cycling. Now we're looking at Quelch. But yeah, Wizard Replica, if you've got one, you could in theory counter the next one. You know, sack it to counter the next. And it's only a single blue for it, which is not bad. But yeah, Nim Replica, I'd probably be playing it if I'm looking at trying to have a relatively aggressive creature because it's 3 power for 3 mana. But if I'm looking at that, there's better options. Soldier Replica. Again, I'm more looking at a relatively defensive creature at that point. Something that can jump in front of stuff and go, oh, hey, by the way, oh, you're trying to do what? No, kill it now. Goblin Replica, again, you combine that with Mirror Battles, not Mirror Battles, Fear, Mycosynth Lattice, or some similar effect, and you know, start blowing up your opponent's stuff. I will point out that all these activated abilities, none of them involve tapping. It's just pay 1 to 4 mana, depending on, you know, which replica you're trying to use. Pay 1 to 4 mana and sacrifice the replica to get the effect. Goblin Replica, yes, it's the most expensive. It's also in a set that's like 40% artifacts. So yeah, 4 mana and sacrificing the Goblin Replica. Also a, 3 mana for 2/2 in colorless was actually pretty decent back then. Yeah, destroy target artifact. Seems fine. Elf Replica. Oh yeah. I know I keep oh yeah. But these all had a creature type. They were artifact creature, but a relevant, like an actually relevant creature type. Nim was a zombie, which made sense. Soldier Replica was a soldier. Goblin Replica is a goblin. Elf Replica is an elf. And Wizard Replica is a wizard. They're not, zombie construct or whatever. No, they're just whatever the relevant creature type in question was. So, Goblin Replica, you can throw into a goblin deck, and it will get the benefits for being a goblin. Same with Elf Replica. You can throw it into an elf deck, and it will get whatever benefits from being an elf. But those two really have, like, really relevant creature types for a lot of decks. And it's like, yeah, here you go. So yeah, Goblin Replica, 4 mana to blow up an artifact. Like, yeah, but that makes sense because the set is 40% artifacts. It's going to have a lot of targets. It's going to have creatures and lands, and if planeswalkers existed, I'm sure they'd have a couple of planeswalkers, etc. Yeah, you need to be able to hit anything. You're going to have to pay more. Elf Replica, on the flip side, not very much in terms of enchantments in the set because artifacts are the rule of the day. Three mana for a 2/2, blow up an enchantment. Yeah. And Wizard Replica, the only one with an ability other than just the sack ability. Probably the best one, especially since it can target any spell. A lot of cards that say counter target whatever, like sacrifice this creature, counter target whatever unless its controller pays some cost. Those I've noticed tend to commonly be um like there will be a restriction on what kind of spell it can counter. Counter target non-creature spell, counter target spell that targets one or more creatures, or something of that nature. There'll be a restriction on it. Wizard Replica just counters anything. Unless they pay two. But, yeah, the replicas are actually really good. And the one I'm least excited to play is the Nim replica. But if I'm playing Zombie Tribal, yeah, it has a use. Did the golems, did the shards, did the replicas. Oh, the spell bombs. Life Spark spell bomb. So, again, the spell bombs are, again, all similar. One to cast it, one and sack to draw a card, and then one mana of an appropriate color in sack to do a thing. Life Spark. Green activation. Target land becomes a 3/3 till end of turn. That's still a land. Nitrogen. Black. Target player discards a card from their target player discards a card. Interestingly, most effects that say, hey, by the way, pay some cost, make somebody discard cards, are forced into activate only as a sorcery. Nitrogen Spellbomb does not have that line of text. Sunbeam. White activation, gain 5 life. Pyrite, red activation, 2 damage to a target. Ether, blue activation, unsummon, return target creature to owner's hand. The green one is, like, Light Spark is okay. Nitrogen, I think, would be better if it wasn't discard, simply due to the fact that discard, as I've mentioned before, I don't believe is a fun deck to play against. Like, you're the one playing it, you're going to have fun. You're playing against it, it's going to be... you're going to be less thrilled with it. Sunbeam is a... Sunbeam feels to me like a build around me combo piece where you need some kind of like lich style effect, i.e. whenever you gain life, you draw that many cards, or you draw that many cards instead. Either or. Pyrite, definitely a combo piece, was used in eggs in Modern. I don't know if it's still possible to build that anymore with any sense of with any sort of sense to it. But you could probably still do it in Commander somehow. And basically, TLDR, you generate a bunch of mana, you find ways to keep putting the spellbound back on top of your deck, and you basically just infinitely burn out your opponent. Ether Spellbomb, just return creatures back to hand. Probably a little more generically useful because creatures tend to have come into play abilities, and if you're playing green, for example, you can have Ether Spellbomb, return, say, Eternal Witness back to your hand, and use Ewit to get back the Spellbomb. And you're spending, what is it? 2 green plus a blue plus 1 every cycle. But if you can make use of that, you have a creature that's being recast and an artifact that's being sacrificed. If you can make use of those somehow, I'll leave that up to you to figure out. Alright. I think in terms of cycles, the only other cycle there is are the 5 original talismans, which were allied colored. 2 to cast. Oh, sorry. I'll get back to that, the other one in a moment. Tap for colorless, or tap for one of 2 allied colors. So red or green, or black or blue, or. And then if you do tap it for colored mana, the talisman deals 1 damage to you. The other cycle is the Mirror, which are 2 mana artifacts that are 1/1s that have the ability to tap, add 1 mana of the appropriate color to your mana pool. Copper for green, leaden for black, gold for white, silver for blue, and iron for red. As for the talismans, they are Unity for green-white, Impulse for red-green, Progress for white-blue, Indulgence for black-blue, for black-red rather, and Dominance for white-blue, for blue-black. There we go. Alright, stuff that's not one of these. Golem minus. Was that all of them? Oh, and I forgot the shards. That's fine. That leaves me 4. Leonin Sun Standard. 2 mana, pay white +1, : creatures you control get +1/+0 till end of turn. My mono white commons only deck wishes so hard that this was common, but it's rare. If you have a vaguely reasonable amount of white mana in your deck, and you've got I don't know, I'd say 15 or more creatures that are there to attack, I'd say if your deck is probably at least a third creatures. This is especially true if you've got any sort of token generation, because keep in mind, it says creatures you control. It's not white creatures you control. It's not token creatures you control. It's not, artifact creatures or land creatures or angel creatures or what have you. It's just creatures. The only restriction is you control. 2 mana +1/+1 till end of turn. Pretty good. You're playing with enough bodies, play it. Altar of Shadows. Oh, okay, because it would have been Bosch. Altar of Shadows, 7 mana artifact. At the beginning of your first main phase, add black for each charge counter on this artifact. 7, tap. Destroy target creature. Then put a charge counter on this artifact. So this has obviously got a black color identity. This is slow to build. This is slow to build up. But it takes every pre-combat main phase. It takes a look at how many counters are on it and goes, here, have a bunch of black mana. It is 7 to cost. And 7 to use. However, the more creatures you kill, the easier it is to activate the altar. I'll also point out that it uses charge counters. While the altar has its own built-in way of getting charge counters, those charge counters can come by other means. If you are at all interested in Altar of Shadows, might I direct you to its ally in the following set called Core Tapper, which is 2 to cast for a 1/1. Tap, put a charge counter on target artifact. Okay, cool. Sacrifice this creature, put 2 charge counters on target artifact, which you don't have to tap and you can do basically as soon as it comes into play. So, Altar of Shadows. I pay 7 mana, and it sits there. I have Core Tapper in play. I'll sacrifice the Core Tapper, put 2 counters on this. Okay. That means on my first, on my pre-combat main phase, my first main phase, i.e. the main phase that happens immediately after I draw a card for turn, or after my draw step for turn, I'm going to get 2 mana. So I basically just got refunded the 2 mana that I spent on the Core Tapper. If I keep the Core Tapper around, or let's say it's been around for a few turns, and then Altar comes out, and then I tap it, and then I sack it. So now that's 3 counters on it. I've netted mana. So that means the next creatures that I blow up, if I tap and then sack the Core Tapper, the Altar's got 3 counters on it. So my first main phase of the next turn, I'll get 3 black, which I can feed that and 4 more mana to destroy target creature and put a 4th charge counter on it. Do this a couple more times, and Altar of Shadows is literally just going to be killing creatures, is going to generate mana for me. Plus, it uses charge counters. These are counters on a permanent, which means you can proliferate them. Have fun with that. Tangleroot. Oh, I should have thought about throwing the... I didn't even think about this. Tangleroot. If I throw this into L's, 3 mana artifact. Whenever a player casts a creature spell, that player adds green to their mana pool. If I put that in... If I put that in Lathril over here, every time I cast an elf, I'm getting a mana. I'm going to get that a lot. And I'm going to generate a lot of mana. So, yeah, if you've got something that can create a bunch of creatures by casting them, Tango Root could do some combo shenanigans with you, or for you. Proteus Staff. Oh, Proteus Staff. Oh dear. Oh dear. Ooh, I like the Mystery Booster version. 3 to cast, blue +2, and tap. Put target creature on the bottom of its owner's library. That is amazing phrasing. That creature's controller reveals cards from the top of their library till they reveal a creature card. And they get that one instead. Activate only as a sorcery. So, if you've got some creatures and a bunch of creature tokens, take that creature token, put it on the bottom of my library, flip things over. Oh, cool! I got this nice giant sphinx that draws me cards. Or, I'll put this token on the bottom of my library, flip things over. Hey, look, it's Stormtide Leviathan. Nothing can attack unless it has Island Walk or Flying, I think is the other one. You know, stuff like that. Yeah. Proteus Staff. Boop. And then let's go for land. Because I think we... Nope. F5. Oh, no. I haven't done the colorless ones yet. Okay. Goblin Dirigible. Based on the initial starting point of Brassman, which was a 1 mana 1/3 artifact creature that didn't untap normally, and on your upkeep you could pay a mana to untap it. Goblin Dirigible took that and went, here's a 6 mana for 4/4 flyer. That needs 4 on your upkeep to untap it instead of untapping normally. I mean, there's always ways to get extra untapping. You can, you can play with cards like Seedborn Muse, or I think it's Unwinding Clock, or Intruder Alarm. Creature entering makes everything untap, etc. So not being able to untap it is less of a drawback, but it's still a pain to deal with until you get something else online. Yeah, probably wouldn't. Rustboard Worm, not terribad. 4 mana for 1/3, so averages to a 2/2. When it enters, destroy target equipment. Um, you're basically only paying 1 mana. By the way, artifact creature, sheep. Um, you're basically only paying 1 mana to blow up an equipment as come into playability. That's not bad. That is not actually bad. So, and again, I feel like There's enough equipment that sees play that's worth. Oh, there's enough equipment that sees play. It's like everyone will have something that's going to need to be dealt with at some point. Like, it's going to be difficult to find a. It's going to be difficult to find a table where nobody has any equipment that needs to be blown up. You might only be one, but you'll find something. Duskworker. Oh, such an adorable card. 4 mana for a 2/2. Whenever it becomes blocked, regenerate it. And then 3:+1/+0 till end of turn is basically the same activation. Actually, worse activation than Dragon Engine, I think. Yeah. Because Dragon Engine was 3 to cast for a 1/3 and 2 to get +1/+0. This is. This is Dragon Engine with the stats evened out. For an extra mana to cast. No, an extra mana cast and extra mana activate. But built in basically free regeneration. I mean, it's not. Again, it's not terrible, and the fact that the regeneration itself is free is kind of nice. I think if I had some kind of construct deck, I might consider it, but nah. Goblin War Wagon. 4 mana for a 3/3. 2/1, you're up. Keep 2, untap it. Wouldn't bother. In general, would not bother. Would take the War Wagon, would put it down beside the dirigible. Noodlebug. Noodlebug. Need, Noodlebug. 4 mana for an artifact creature insect. It's a 2/2 with flash and protection from insects. Or protection from artifacts. Wait, what? It's an artifact that's got protection from its own type? What? Yeah. If you're building around weird abilities, grab a Needlebug. Tower of Champions. Oh yes, the towers begin. They're all. I think they're all 4 mana to cast, and I think they're all 8 and tap to activate. 8, 8, 8. Yeah, they all look like they're 8 to activate. Tower of Champions. So 4 to cast, 8 to activate. Like 8 and tap to activate. Target creature gets +6/+6 till end of turn. Yeah, your 1/1 is now 7/7. Your 6/6 is now 12/12. It's a lot of mana to activate, but it's a lot of effect. I think it's Tower of Fortunes is like draw 4 cards. Yeah, it's kind of silly. If you want regular activation for like giant amounts, Tower Champions is fine. If you're playing with colored cards, you can commonly, like especially if you're playing green, for example, you can commonly find this kind of ability um a little easier to activate. Actually, where is elves? Common elves, common elves, common elves, common elves. What? Wild Heart Invoker. 2 green plus 2 for 4/3 Elf Shaman. 8 colon. Target creature gets +5/+5 and gains trample till end of turn. Also, Spectral Hunt Caller. Not as good, but it affects everybody. 1 green plus 4 for 4/4. Green plus 5 colon. Creatures you control get +1/+1 gain trample till end of turn. Those are both commons. The the first one I think is the better analog. 5/5 versus 6/6 is not a big difference, but 5/5 trample versus 6/6 generic is going to make a lot more. Yeah. Leon and Blade Trap. This thing is weird. 3 to cast for a flash artifact. 2 and sack it. 2 damage to each attacking creature without flying. So any ground-based creatures, you're basically paying 5 mana. You're basically paying 5 mana as a colorless instant, essentially, to do 2 damage to each grounded attacker. I might actually think about grabbing a copy of this for my mono brown control deck, like my colorless control deck. Because cool, you're attacking with a swarm of squirrels. Kill them all. What? Kill them all. Yeah. Tower of Murmurs. This is the millstone version of the tower. 4 to cast, 8 tap, target player mills 8 cards. Yeah. The problem there is that being able to mill a lot of cards, like as a colored one-shot spell, is really easy. And being able to find artifacts these days that have an activated ability that can mill more. I think Keening Stone is probably the biggest comparison I can think of. But, I mean, if you're playing mill, chances are good you're playing blue somewhere. It would be hard to... It wouldn't be hard to play mill and not play blue, but it'd be hard to play a good mill deck, or a reasonable mill deck, and not play blue. If you decided you were going to go something esoteric like green and try and build a mill deck, you're going to have to rely on a lot of artifacts, in which case, if you're playing mono green mill, Tower of Murmurs might be a necessity. Oh no. Mirror Golem. Six mana for a 3/4. When this enters, you may exile target card from a graveyard. A enters the battlefield triggered ability that can be copied. This creature has protection from each of the exiled card's card types. Creature, artifact, land, instant, sorcery, all that jazz. If the card has one or more types, so for example, artifact creature, this will have protection from each of those types. So if you've got a card that's a enchantment artifact creature while it's in the graveyard, you exile it, you're going to have protection from enchantments, artifacts, and creatures. But again, you can copy that triggered ability. So if you copy it once and you remove a, let's say you move an artifact creature, and then you remove a kindred instant with a copy, then it'll have protection from anything that's artifact, creature, instant, or kindred, formerly known as tribal. So, generally you're going to be playing, like, a lot of people are just going to simply play this as, like, a 6 mana, 3/4, comes and play, eats a thing. And then this has protection from that thing. And it's probably going to be eating a creature. So protection from, so 6 mana, 3/4 with protection from creatures that ate a creature when it came into play. We'll also point out, if they somehow manage to get the creature back from exile, the Mirror Golem loses the ability. However, that is not a very common thing to see happen. It's fine. I'd probably play. I would probably move the Mirror Golem further down. It does have the Golem type, which is relevant for some decks. But, yeah. Mourner's Shield. 4 mana artifact, same imprint ability, i.e., comes in play, exile target card from a graveyard. Except now instead of caring about card type, now you're caring about the color of the card. 2 tap, prevent all damage that would be dealt this turn by a source of your choice that shares a color with the exile card. So if you exile something that's red-green, and a red-white card tries to deal a bunch of damage, they both share red. So you can go 2 tap and prevent all damage from that red-white card because it's part red and the red-white and the red-green share a color. Yeah. That's the ticket. and just going, oh, nice Star of Extinction you got. Prevent all of the, 300 plus damage that you're about to deal to the board. What? Prevent it all. Yeah. Somehow managed to kidnap a 5-color card and tuck it under the shield and go, juicy, mine, thanks. What? Yeah. Tango Bloom, there's better than Tango Bloom now. Um, one to cast, one tap, gain a life. There's better than Tango Bloom. Run Campfire instead. Campfire is seeing play in actual Pauper, even though it doesn't do like its last ability is only half as useful. It's still enough useful. What? Tango Bloom, one to cast, one tap, gain a life. Campfire, one to cast, one tap, you gain 2 life. 2 tap and exile this artifact. Put all commanders you own from the command zone and from your graveyard into your hand. Which, if you're not playing commander, that doesn't do anything. Then shuffle your graveyard into your library. Oh, you're trying to mail me out? I'll just do this and get it all back. Yeah. The Tango Bloom has been kicked to the curb pretty hard. Don't play it. Unless you're looking for like your 15th version of an effect like that, yeah, don't play it. Clockwork Condor. Clockworks, you want some kind of proliferation shenanigans or something of that nature to go along with this. This is a 4 mana 0/0 flying creature. Enters with 3+1/+1 counters, so it's essentially a 3/3 when it comes into play. But whenever it attacks or blocks, at the end of combat, you remove a +1 counter from it. You really want some way to get extra counters onto this somehow. If you can proliferate, that makes things so much easier for everybody. Well, at least for you. And let's go lands. Lands are what's left. So, you have the 5 artifact lands. You know, Tree of Tales, Sea of the Synod, etc., etc. Obviously the 5 basics. So what does that leave us? That leaves us 4 lands. Stalking Stones. It's a land that taps for colors. Pays 6, becomes a 3/3 artifact creature. It literally just gets up and it's now a creature. Not until end of turn. Permanently. Not something you normally want to be playing with. Because, like, having lands that can become creatures till end of turn means that you can make them creatures when you want them to be creatures and not creatures when you don't want them to be creatures. But if it's as soon as you activate it, it becomes a creature permanently. You can't turn that off without, like, flickering it or whatever. So, I'm less fond of effects like Stalking Stones. But maybe you want a creature in your mana base, and that's not the most terrible way to do it. Realistically, it'd be 7 mana 3/3. That taps for colorless. But I'm attacking with a land. Blink Mothwell. Taps for colorless. Tap 2 and tap it. Tap target non-creature artifact. Not terrible. You can basically tap down somebody's Soul Ring, Gilded Lotus. What do you call it? I forgot what it is. It's a 6 mana Coveted Jewel. There we go. Certain artifacts, especially really old artifacts or artifacts based on those, such as Winter Orb, Static Orb, Howling Mine, all come to mind. Basically say when this is tapped, or sorry, like as long as this is untapped, some ability. Trinosphere, as long as it's untapped, um, makes everyone have to spend at least 3 mana for their spells, so on and so forth. Um, yeah, they're not creatures. So you pay 2 and tap your Blank Mothball and tap it, and then you can do whatever it was you were going to do. Um, if you're playing this, it's because you've got effects like that in your deck, and you want to you want to shut off what they're trying to do on somebody's turn. So, if you have Howling Mine out, use Blink Moth Well to tap it at the end of your turn. So nobody gets to draw extra cards, and then you untap it on your turn, and everything's fine. On the other hand, Winter Orb, you want to tap it at the end of the turn of the player before you, so that you can untap everything normally. And then, and everyone else is stuck with their stuff only being able to untap a little bit. Cloud Post comes into play tapped. Tap, add 1 to your mana pool for each locust in play. Hard to make this work well. There are ways to copy lands. You basically want this for Cloud Post. You basically want if you've got ways to copy lands. So you want Vesuva, you want Glimmer Post, you want as many cards that you can come up with that have or can get the locust type. Thespian Stage potentially could still net you mana. Not easy, but it's doable. Glimmer Void, taps for any color. At the end of the turn, if you control no artifact, sack it. Sometimes just having a land drop that can go, come into play, tap for any color I need. The end of turn I sack it, okay, shrug. Sometimes that's enough. And then all you have to do is have, turn 1, Glimmer Void, tap, Soul Ring. Okay, I'm good. And then you play the rest of your lands normally, as long as you've still got your Soul Ring or any other artifact that comes out. You're good. Yeah. I think that might have been more than I normally cover in any given night, just because Mirrodin had to be broken up a little bit weirdly. But, well, oh, yes. Darksteel is going to be shorter because it's like half the size because second set no block was commonly a thing. Some of these are, like, even some of the quote-unquote bad cards still have homes for them. Incidentally, Nim Abomination not bad, all things considered, especially since, unlike most of the Nims that we saw in Mirrodin, this one actually has more than one toughness. Anyway, I think I'm calling it for tonight. I will catch you kids later. Same bat time, same, I don't know, something, something, something.